The association of Carians with Greeks in the sacrifice of the sons of Phans in the Perso-Egyptian War, a rite consummated by the drinking of their blood, mixed with wine and water, suggests the preponderance of Eastern influence, especially as regards the sacramental conception. 530 Such practices gradually became more and more rare among the civilized peoples, and are held to have subsisted latterly in only one or two places in the civilized parts of the Roman Empire. 531 And there are various traces of the gradual process of mitigation. In the Leucadian sacrifice of a man to Apollo by throwing him from a rock into the sea, of which Strabo preserves the memory. 532 The last stage seems to have been one in which not only was the victim a condemned criminal, but attempts were made to ease his fall by attaching to him wings and even birds, while many men waited below, in boats, to rescue him and carry him beyond the boundaries. Such mitigations were likely to be common. 533 But it is on record that only in the time of Hadrian was the annual human sacrifice to Zeus abolished at Salamis in Cyprus. 534 And the possibility of either secret or open survivals in Asia Minor in the 1st century would thus seem to be considerable. There are, indeed, indications which cannot be put aside, of occasional resort to human sacrifice in the Greek-speaking world in modern times. 535 The stories of its practice by Elagabalus seem not impossible. 536 And the various accounts of the manner of the sacrifice of a slave by the Catilinarian conspirators may point to various forms of survival. 537 To begin with, we have Strabo's account of human sacrifice as being practiced in his time by the primitive Albanians, who lived south of the Caucasian mountains and west of the Caspian Sea, in the land watered by the Cyrus and the Araxes. Under the high priest of the moon goddess were a number of sacred slaves, hierodouloi, and when one of these became divinely possessed and wandered alone in the woods, he was seized, bound with sacred fetters, and maintained sumptuously for a year. When the festival day came, he was anointed with a fragrant ointment, and slain by being pierced to the heart with a sacred lance through the side. Auguries were then drawn from the manner of his fall, and the body was carried away to a certain spot and ceremonially trampled upon by all as a means of purification. 538 Here we have a sacrifice corresponding in one notable detail to one of the Gospel narratives, and having other marked features in common with other well-known rites of human sacrifice. 539 In the annual spring sacrifice at Salamis, again, the victim was led thrice round the altar, as in the rite of the Kahada Brahmins, then pierced by the priest with a lance, and the corpse was finally burned on a pyre. 540 And that this mode of sacrifice in turn had a Far Eastern origin or precedent may be inferred from the manner of the buffalo sacrifice of the Bataks of Sumatra. 541 To the Sombaon, a term expressive of sacrosanctity. In certain cases the buffalo is tied to a stake which has been decked and dedicated, the slayer is robed, and crowned with leaves, and he spears the victim in the side after asking the onlookers, "Shall I spear?" In all likelihood the buffalo is a surrogate for an ancient human sacrifice. Later testimony brings us closer to civilization in the same period. Tertullian is not the best of witnesses, and when he asserts that children are secretly sacrificed by non-Christians in Carthage in his own day, 542 he is but doing what he denounces the pagans for doing as against his own sect, publishing a rumor which had never been investigated. But when he tells that children were publicly sacrificed to Saturn as late as the proconsulship of Tiberius, who therefore crucified a number of priests on the sacred trees beside their temple, he is saying something that squares with a good deal of testimony as to Semitic practices. Thus we have the explicit record 543 that Hamilcar sacrificed his own son at the siege of Agrigentum, 407 BC, and the many testimonies as to wholesale sacrifices of children among the Carthaginians. There is good evidence that an annual sacrifice of a boy to Cronos had anciently taken place at Tyre, but that it was given up, the citizens refusing to renew it when the city was besieged by Alexander, and the writer who records this also asserts that the Carthaginians maintained the practice of one annual sacrifice till the destruction of their city. 544 To the same effect, Pliny alleges 545 that the victim was annually sacrificed before the image of Hercules, that is, Melkarth. Even the lack of agreement as to dates of cessation is a proof that such usages could subsist without exciting much concern in the more civilized sections of the Roman Empire. The story of the ecclesiastical historian Socrates, 546 to the effect that the Mithraists in Alexandria had habitually offered human sacrifices to Mithra down till somewhere before or after the year 300, is on the face of it worthless, 547, but that there had been such sacrifices at Alexandria at some period is not incredible. Among the Arabs, it seems certain, human sacrifices subsisted in the generation before Muhammad, 548 among the Japanese, they flourished later still, 549 among the Hindus, as we have seen, they have lasted down to our own time among the primitives. In view of the importance of this point to our inquiry, it has to be remarked, first, that there is no clear record of the date of cessation of the human sacrifices in the Thargelia at Athens. The historians pass over these matters with no apparent sense of the social and moral significance of such a problem. Grote does not so much as mention the Thargelia in connection with the practice of human sacrifice, and even Dr. Fraser 550 remarks that the Athenians regularly maintain a number of possible victims, without suggesting any period for the usage. Professor Mahaffy, on whom as a culture historian the problem pressed, makes a notable admission. I think, he writes, that Aristophanes alludes to this custom as bygone, though the scholiasts do not think so, but its very familiarity to his audience shows a disregard of human life strange enough in so advanced a legal system as that of Athens. 551 The fact seems to have been that where criminals were concerned no notion of humanity or illegality came into play, though in the story of the sacrifice of the daughter of Aristodemus there is an evident prevalence of horror at the act. 552 The horror of Themistocles at the demand that he should sacrifice captives of princely blood at Salamis. 553 is really no ground for thinking, as does Professor Mahaffy, that he or any other Athenian would wince at putting a criminal to death by religious rites, and such usages, ceasing to be called human sacrifices, may have subsisted long after the Periclean period. 554 Secondly, there is reason to infer from the uneasy language of Pausanias 555 that human sacrifice to Lycian Zeus was still performed in his time during periods of prolonged drought, and, as we shall see, there are more explicit albeit doubtful assertions as to its continuance at Rome at a still later period. Among the barbarians, too, there were cannibal sacraments. Herodotus tells that his Androphagoi were the only people among the Scythians who ate human flesh, 556, but he also asserts that, when a Scythian overthrows his first enemy he drinks his blood, but when the Scythians make solemn covenants they mix their blood with wine and drink thereof, 557 that the Massageti sacrifice their aged kinsmen and eat their flesh, 558 and that the Isidones eat the flesh of their dead fathers, mingled with animal flesh, at a grand banquet. 559 of the Indian, Calacians and Padians he gives similar accounts. 560 From such testimony it appears that an anthropophagous sacrament could subsist among a people not generally given to cannibalism, nor does it appear from Herodotus that even the Androphagoi were at all shunned by other tribes. Substantially following Herodotus, Pomponius Mela, in the chapter in which he mentions the Androphagoi and Sacco, tells of some in their region who hold it best to slay nothing, and of some who, when a near relative is growing weak through age or sickness, slay him as a sacrifice and hold it fars et max impium to eat of their bodies. 561 Pomponius's geography is certainly of the wildest, but it is sufficient to note that he locates these sacramentalists in the region of Niger, of Mount Meroz, sacred to Jove, and of the cave in which was nourished Father Liber. As there is little doubt that the ancient Akkadians and later Babylonians sacrificed their firstborn children, 562 there need be none as to similar practices among later Asiatic barbarians. Returning to the civilized Pale, we have the terse testimony of Pliny that among the druidical rites suppressed by Tiberius had been one in which hominum occidere religiosussimum erat, mandi vero etiam saluberrimum. 563 On this Pliny declaims, in the imperialistic manner, that nec satis estimari potest, quantum Romanis debita for ending such horrors. Yet we have not only the record of the early burying alive of 4 alien men and women in the Forum Boreum of Rome, 216 B.C., 564 we have also Pliny's own avowals that only in the year 657 of Rome, 97 B.C., was there passed a senatus consultus forbidding human sacrifices, 565 and that despite this there had been seen in his own time, etiam nostra itis vidit, such a sacrifice, 566 in the form of the burying alive of 2 aliens of a nation with which Rome was at war. The law, it appears, referred only to private sacrifices, not to public. 567 It had been even an established rule that before a battle a dictator or consul or praetor was entitled to sacrifice any Roman soldier, quem velit ex legione Romana scripta civum devuvera. 568 We have also the innuendos of Horace 569 and Juvenal 570 to the effect that even in their own day ancient savageries, such as the sacrifice of boys by slow starvation, could be performed in private, as well as the records of the sacrifice of 2 soldiers of Julius Caesar to Mars, 571 and of the slaying of 300 of the enemies of Augustus as a sacrifice to the deified Julius. 572 Lastly, Suetonius explicitly asserts that the dreadful rites of the Druids, which Pliny declares to have been abolished by Tiberius, were not put down till the time of Claudius, and in this connection he adds that only under Augustus were those rites forbidden to the citizens of Rome. 573 Here, again, the divergence of the testimony tells of indefinite possibilities of survival for bloody rites, even near the center of government. 574 On the general question, for the rest, we have from Porphyry, without dates, a list of cases of human sacrifices formerly practiced by the Greeks, as in Rhodes, Chios, Tenedos, Salamis, Crete, Athens, and Sparta, no less than by Egyptians, Arabs, and Phoenicians. 575 And not only Porphyry, but Eusebius 576 Minucius Felix, 577 and Lactantius 578 speak of the sacrifice of a man to Latiarian Jove as being still practiced in their time, while Plutarch 579 tells of a secret rite, by implication one of human sacrifice, which he declares to be practiced in the month of November in the Rome of his day. Of the eating of sacrificed human victims Porphyry mentions no cases among civilized peoples, and he gives but a loose account of the practice among the Bassareoi of Thrace, who had imitated it from the Taurians, 580 but Tertullian is again more explicit and, at the same time, very circumstantial. At this day, he writes, among ourselves, Isthic, blood consecrated to Bellona, taken in the palm from a punctured thigh, is given to her sealed ones, i.e., her initiates. 581 In another passage, he speaks of a surviving usage of drinking human blood in the worship of the Latiarian Jove. 582 His further allusion to the practice of drinking the blood of slain gladiators as a remedy for epilepsy suggests many further possibilities of the same kind, and he expressly asserts that the men of his day have seen a man burnt alive as Hercules. 583. 5. The divinity of the victim. On the classic side there is thus abundant evidence as to the practice of human sacrifice, and some as to sacramental cannibalism, in the historic period. But what the theory finally requires is either the sacrifice of a victim who, as being specifically divine, is the subject of a Eucharist, or the proof that such a Eucharist could be combined with the sacrifice of a divine victim. Now, in the Khond cult, as we have seen, not only is the victim deified, but the propitiated goddess figures in the myth as the original sacrifice. An ostensibly similar myth is found in ancient Babylon, in a creation story, where Marduk is actually decapitated in order that the first man may be made from his blood and bone. 584 After such precedents, the deification of sacrificed victims could readily follow, though the probability is, of course, that the myth was framed to explain an already established usage of deification. Of this conception we have already seen a clear trace in the old Mediterranean world in the sacrifices of the Albanians to the moon goddess, and for fuller light we turn first to the cult of Dionysos. Not only is there the story of the substitution of a goat for a boy in the sacrifice to Dionysos at Potni, 585, but there is the combined significance of a. The myth of the rending of the divine boy Dionysos, in the form of a bull, by the Titans, 586, b. The fact that in the ritual mystery the worshippers tore a live bull to pieces with their teeth, 587, c. The peculiar Dionysiac ritual at Tenedos, where a gravid cow was treated as a woman in labor, and her calf, devoted to the god, was made to wear the tragic cothurni, while the slayer was formerly pursued with stones and had to fly into the sea, 588, d. The actual rending of men as Dionysiac sacrifices at Chios and Tenedos, 589 and e. The peculiar procedure in the Athenian Bouphonia or religious murder of the ox, 590 where the ceremonial flight of the slayers, their repudiation of guilt, and the solemn trial and condemnation of the weapons used as being the guilty things, all go to show that the ox represented either a divinity or a human victim, or the former by development from the latter. 591 The theory of Robertson Smith, that the animal sacrifice is the earlier, need not be here considered. It rests on the assumption that the primordial communion sacrifice was totemistic, and this has not been and cannot be proved. On the other hand we have many traces of the substitution of an animal for a human sacrifice in historic times, and this is all that is required to solve the historic problem. From another side we see the same principle at work in the old Pagan sacrifice to Amun. 592 wherein the ram, the symbolic and sacred animal of the god, never otherwise sacrificed, was on the annual festival day of the god offered up to him, the skin being placed on the god's statue. As Herodotus tells the story, there was then brought beside the image of Amun an image of Heracles, presumably Khonsu, the son of the god in the Pagan Trinity. 593 whereafter, all who are in the temple beat themselves in mourning for the ram, and then bury him in a holy sepulchre. Whatever may have been the parts played by father and son respectively in this rite, it is clear that the slaying of the ram, presumptively a lamb, represented the death of the god, whose resurrection would necessarily follow, like that of Osiris. In the ritual worship of Heracles, the man burned alive represented the god, 594 who in the myth dies on the funeral pyre. Another rite practiced in the worship of the Syrian goddess indicates in a different way the original connection of an animal sacrifice with a human sacrifice and a sacrament. In the Syrian ritual, the stranger who came to sacrifice had to offer up a sheep, of which he partook, on whose skin he knelt, and whose head he placed on his in the act of supplication. 595 The symbolism is here fairly complete. And in yet another rite, that of the sacrifice and sacramental eating of a camel among the Sinaitic Arabs of the 4th century, 596 it was clearly avowed that the young white camel was a substitute for a human sacrifice, young and beautiful captives being the preferred victims. In this case the blood of the wounded camel was drunk by the tribesmen, and the animal was cut to pieces and instantly devoured raw. That at a remote period the human victim was so eaten, it is difficult to doubt. 597 Proceeding on the maxim that the myth is always long posterior to the rite which it pretends to explain, we must suppose that before the composition of the legends concerning the Titans and the birth, death, and rebirth of Dionysos, such a primitive rite as the legend describes had actually been performed. Between a ritual in which the victim is torn to pieces for burial in the fields, and one in which the victim is eaten by the worshippers, there is a process of development to be accounted for. Two hypotheses are open. The Khond rite may be a modification of an original ritual of cannibalism, or the ancient Dionysiac rite may stand for a transformation of the typical rite, in which, an animal having been substituted for a human victim, the eating of it became a means to communion with the god whom the animal mystically represented. Broadly speaking, one process is as likely as the other, and both have evidently taken place. While the Khonds did not eat their human sacrifice, the Gonds, a kindred Dravidian race, by one account actually did. 598 And many medieval and modern instances of kin-eating and other ritual cannibalism are on record. 599 In one of the most recently noted instances of human sacrifice among contemporary savages, which is also the most primitive that has been observed, the cult of the snake god at Ebritum in southern Nigeria, the annual victims seem to have been eaten regularly, and of the 400 slain on the occasion of the death of a great chief, all were killed at Ebritum as offerings to the god, and then eaten by the Oro people, the flesh being distributed through the late chief's country. These victims were looked upon as sacred, and those who ate their flesh ate gods, and thus assimilated within themselves something of the divine attributes and power. The victims were not fattened before being killed. 600 In another tribe, the Ibo, the sacrifice and eating of a male or female slave is still a regular part of the okuku, or post-funeral ceremony for a chief, and in this case the victim is bought with a price, after the chief's death, fattened, and treated with particular kindness in the Asiatic fashion. 601 Instances of ritual cannibalism may easily be multiplied. In the annual human holocaust at Widder, a century ago, the sacrifice of one man thrown from a height with his hands tied, a muzzled crocodile, and a pair of pigeons with clipped wings, terminated the celebration, and the man in this case was devoured by the multitude. 602 And to this day, in the words of one observer, no great human sacrifice offered for the purpose of appeasing the gods and averting sickness or misfortune is considered to be complete unless either the priests or the people eat the bodies of the victims. 603 The same sacramental element is seen in the eating of parts of the sacrificed captives of war at Boni. 604 In the Tonga Islands, again, the bodies of enemies slain in war were dedicated to the gods, and a few sacramentally eaten, this at a stage of civilization at which many of the community, and particularly the women, regarded the proceeding with disgust. 605 And similar survivals were noted in the Marquesas. 606 In Fiji 607 and Tahiti 608 Dedication to the gods was a preliminary to every act of public cannibalism. Among the Nyamnayans of Nubia, too, it appears to have been chiefly in times of war that cannibalism was resorted to, and though a white onlooker ascribed the act in such a case to sheer bloodthirstiness and hatred, 609, it was doubtless a religious proceeding. The same inference arises in the cases in which Native Americans in modern times have been known to eat human flesh in time of war, since they did it with repugnance, though they believed it to produce courage. 610 Even the infliction of torture may have a religious as distinct from a merely revengeful motive. 611 As in a sacrifice among the Native Americans in which the victim, a slave, was burned by a slow fire, with progressive mutilation and partial eating, followed by killing and the eating of the remains. Finally the partakers beat on their huts, to compel the soul of the defunct to abandon the village. 612 Here we have a systematic ritual. 613 We may therefore conclude that primordially the human sacrifice was normally eaten, as it was by the semi-civilized Mexicans at the time of the Spanish conquest. It is in fact certain that anthropophagy has been practiced in all parts of the world in the savage and semi-civilized stages. 614 And it is no less certain that cannibalism had persisted long in its religious form after it had ceased to be a normal practice, the rationale of the act being, not that men to the last offered the gods that which they commonly liked for themselves, but that they held it a sacred experience to continue to eat what they believed the god to eat. 615 On the other hand, the recoil from cannibalism which everywhere marks the rise of humanity would, in the more civilized Asiatic states, lead on one hand to the setting apart of criminals for the human sacrifices, and on the other to the substitution of an animal, which, partly in virtue of survivals of totemism and partly in virtue of the current conception of all sacrifice, 616 could pass as the representative and incarnation of the god, and would at the same time serve for the typical sacramental meal, but no longer in a totemistic sense. 617 A certain difficulty arises as to the use of criminals for sacrificial purposes. As we have seen, the Khans vetoed it, and rejected even prisoners of war. In view of the nearly universal principle 618 among the higher races of antiquity that the sacrifice must be pure and without blemish, a criminal would seem to be the last man to suit the part, and among the Mesopotamian Semites a genuine and precious sacrament was anciently insisted on. 619 This appears to have been the idea underlying the common rule that the victim should be a male, which prevailed among the peoples of Nigeria in recent times as regards both men and animals. 620 Yet these tribes, as we have seen, sacrifice indifferently a female or a male slave today. 621 And of the practice at Benin it is told that, the people who were kept for sacrifice were bad men or men with bad sickness, they were all slaves, and that a slave who committed a murder was put apart as a fit victim for the common good. 622 A woman again, was the usual sacrifice to the rain god. 623 And women slaves were among those sacrificed to save the city. 624 So among the Egyptians, even in our era, there was a usage of sacrificing a virgin annually to the Nile. 625 The idea of fitness, in short, could easily and spontaneously vary. 626 So, among the Greeks, virgins are typical victims for human sacrifice, and the goddess known simply as Parthenos, sometimes associated with Athene, and by Herodotus identified with Iphigenia. 627 is probably but an abstraction from a once-annual virgin sacrifice. But it is found that in primitive communities the act of execution constantly assumes sacrificial forms. 628 And it is told of the Bataks of Sumatra that they ate their executed criminals, without any other resort to cannibalism, the relatives of the executed man being entitled to the best pieces. 629 The same is told of the people of Francis Island in the South Pacific. Thieves were killed and their bodies eaten, only in such cases was there cannibalism. 630 In the case of the Bataks at least there would seem to be a clear survival of an anthropophagous sacrament, as it can hardly be supposed that people not otherwise cannibalistic would desire to devour an executed relative for the sheer pleasure of eating human flesh. And the accepted explanation of Batak practice is one which chimes with all we know of the motives to theophagy. The cannibalism so common in Sumatra derives in any case originally from the desire to obtain, through the means of the eaten flesh of a newly slain man, the enrichment of one's own livestock by his tondi. 631, that is, the many specific spirits which animate his limbs and organs. The Bataks of today hardly realize the motive, though their licit cannibalism is now limited to the eating of brave warriors wounded and taken captive, and of certain criminals, as aforesaid. 632 But with other primitives there is no discrimination. An old Chinese description of Tibet preserves record of a Tibetan practice of sending criminals of certain kinds to be eaten by a tribe of savages north of Burma. 633 The latter may have proceeded on the Batak principle, but of this there is no trace, they being ostensibly ready to eat anybody's exiles. Among the Manyema of Uganda, till the other day or even now, it has been the rule that the dead are always eaten by their kindred in the nearest village. 634, a limitation which suggests modification of an original kin eating by the example of cannibalism after warfare. The view that the criminal was a proper sacrifice, in fact, might readily grow out of the circumstance that the earlier victims had been normally captives. 635 And this collocation of ideas we actually find in the custom of Dahom, where human sacrifice was so recently and so systematically practiced. The annual victims, as distinguished from the Holocaust at the death of a king, were commonly captives and criminals, these being normally the king's perquisite. 636 As the death holocaust proceeded on the assumption that the king must enter the death land well attended, so the annual sacrifices, which might number about 30, were contributions of filial piety to that retinue. The time of sacrifice was accordingly the only time of capital punishment in the year. 637 Here the process of reasoning is sufficiently transparent. If an enemy of the tribe from without could suffice, so, it might be argued, would an enemy of the tribal law from within, he being, besides, one of the king's or God's own people. And among the Aztecs, accordingly, we find the law decreeing that thieves who had stolen gold and silver, thieves par excellence, so to speak, were annually sacrificed with the regular victims to the god Zibe, patron of the goldsmiths. Like many other victims, they were flayed, and the priest wore their skins, thus figuring as the god in their persons. 638 We have, again, the record of Caesar that in the wholesale human sacrifices of the Gauls the offering up of those who had committed thefts or other crimes was considered more grateful to the immortal gods, but that, when the supply of that species fell short, they descended to sacrifices of the innocent. 639 And there is reason to think, with M. de Beleget, 640 that the peculiar sacrifices in question, in which numbers of men were burned alive in large simulacra, were derived from some early Carthaginian or other Phoenician cult. Needless to say, the simple recoil in more civilized periods from the idea of a willful sacrifice of the innocent, a recoil clearly seen in Greek and Semitic legends, would encourage the resort for victims to the unfortunates under sentence of death. Finally, we have the express statement of Porphyry that in the annual sacrifice of a man to the ancient Semitic deity Kronos at Rhodes, a prisoner condemned to death was selected and kept till the Cronian festival, when he was led outside the city gates and, having been given wine to drink, put to death. 641 Here we have at length a close parallel in the Mediterranean world to what we have seen reason to regard as a typical detail in the Gospel mysteroplay. 642 The Cronian victim at Rhodes we know cannot have been originally a criminal, and it is much more likely than not that he originally personated either the god Kronos, 643 or, as seems most probable, the only begotten son, Iod, whom in a Phoenician myth 644 Kronos is said to have sacrificed after dressing him in royal robes. To this clue we shall return after a further survey. In the meantime, we may take it as established, 1. That the giving of a narcotic to the victim, which we have seen practiced among the Khonds, and which we find transferred in India and elsewhere to animal victims 645 who are presumably surrogates, derives from ancient usage, and, 2. That the original purpose of the rite was not held to be defeated by the selection for sacrifice of a prisoner sentenced to death. In a community where social duty was deeply impressed on all, as in medieval Japan, it was possible to secure every year a victim who practiced ascetic abstinence, and was finally put to death on behalf of the community, 646 and this may well have been the early ideal. 647 As the Japanese human scapegoat, though of course no longer sacrificed, is even now called the one-year godmaster, and was anciently called the abstainer, it is not difficult to conceive that this may have been one of the ways in which kingship grew up. 648 But in more sophisticated societies, as we know, the extremer obligations of the kingship were overridden, and victims must in most states have been hard to procure. 649 It is true that in primitive communities the fear of death seems surprisingly slight among doomed victims, 650 and the known readiness of Chinamen to sell themselves as substitutes for condemned criminals points the same moral. But nonetheless there has been an evolution of the faculty of apprehension. An intermediate stage is seen in the medieval state of Malabar, where condemned men volunteered to immolate themselves in honor of a god, giving themselves 12 wounds with as many knives, and thereby winning funeral honors. 651 The tendency in less rigorously drilled communities than Japan would be, first, towards a general unwillingness which had to be met by the bribe of a year's license, and, later, to a state of things in which nobody would volunteer, and the victim must be either bred and bought, as among the cons, or taken from among the condemned criminals. These, however, would include persons condemned for impiety, who even for the Christians were explicitly anathemata, that is, objects devoted to the gods. 652 The same title of anathema was given to the sacred objects hung up or deposited in the temples and to the man denounced for impiety. 653 So that, even if the widespread usage of granting abnormal privileges to the victim, whether human or animal, 654 were originally a way of asserting his divinity, a criminal was not ineligible. Thus, though it does not seem to be clearly proved that the victims put to death in the Thargelia festival at Athens were latterly criminals, 655 it is highly probable that they were. Early religion looked to the physical side of sacrifice, and if the criminal were whole, no question of his fitness would arise for more primitive worshippers, save where, as among the cons, the practice of purchase set up a special credence. 656 In one Greek sacrifice, indeed, that performed at Leucadia, an ugly or deformed person seems to have been chosen as the victim. 657 When, again, the developing religious consciousness became capable of shrinking from the anomaly of calling a criminal sacred, there was, as we shall see later, a symbolical way out of the difficulty. Symbolism, too, would further the modification of the sacrificial meal. Long before the more civilized peoples revolted from the act of human sacrifice, they would recoil, we must suppose, from the act of anthropophagy, and in regard to many rites of human sacrifice we find stories of substitution of animals and of waxen and other images and cakes by order of humane kings. 658 The Roman devices of the kind are well known, and their resort to images of straw is paralleled among the Gonds of India in our own time. 659 While the modern Malays offer dough models of human beings, called the substitute, 660 and the Bataks of Sumatra employ a number of symbolic sacrifices of images of human beings, some made of bananas, some of wood, all plainly suggestive of a process of substitution for former human sacrifices. 661 The same process of substitution may be confidently inferred in the case of the rite practiced in the Chinese Spring Festival, held annually on the 4th of February. The chief magistrate of each department, crowned with flowers, is carried in a chair in procession, surrounded by figures representing mythological personages, and before him is carried a huge decorated figure of a buffalo, in terracotta, with gilded horns, behind which goes a child, with one foot shod and the other naked, who constantly beats the buffalo. Behind him march laborers carrying their agricultural implements, and the procession goes out, and returns, by the eastern gate of the town, to meet the spring. When it is over, the buffalo is broken up, and the pieces, with a vast number of small buffalo figures carried in the interior of the figure, are distributed to all the people, whereafter the governor delivers a discourse in praise of agriculture. 662 What has historically taken place, doubtless, is first a substitution of a buffalo, as among the cons, for the original human victim, of whom the flower-crowned governor is a surviving trace. Later, Chinese thrift and Mandarin policy substituted an image for the buffalo, adding a multitude of small figures of it for distribution with the pieces of the image, as was once done in the case of the living victim. For the rest, the turn of mind which made myths out of the misunderstood survivals of totemism would have no difficulty in finding reasons for eating any given animal in the worship of any given god, whether or not the primordial sacrifice had been that of an animal. Thus the worshippers of Dionysos could feel they were commemorating the dismemberment of the god when they ate the raw flesh of a bull or a kid. Other devotees ate a young dog, 663, and further symbolic modification easily followed, on lines common to many pagan cults. 6. The cannibal sacrament. Given such a modification, however, we have to reckon with a tendency that is seen to have been chronic in religious history, the tendency, namely, to revert to a foreign or archaic form of sacrifice or mystery in times of national disaster and uncertainty. 664 It is expressed alike in the Roman resort to Eastern and Egyptian gods in times of desperate war, in the revival or preservation of the cults of subdued races, 665 in the multiplication of magical rites for decaying civilizations, and in the chronic reversion during times of excitement to palmistry and other modes of fortune-telling. 666 And that the idea of religious anthropophagy prevailed in the early Christian world is obvious from the central ritual of the cult, where the formulas, take eat, this is my body, drink ye all of it, for this is my blood, cannot conceivably be other than adaptations from a mystery ritual in which a sacrificed God so spoke by the mouth of his priest. 667 In the fourth Gospel we have an amplification in the same sense, the act of symbolical anthropophagy or theophagy being made the means to immortality. I am the bread of life. I am the living bread, which came down out of heaven. If any man eat of this bread, he shall live forever. Yea, and the bread which I will give is my flesh, for the life of the world. Except ye eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, ye have not life in yourselves. He that eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. For my flesh is true meat, and my blood is true drink. He that eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood abideth in me, and I in him. 668 The very repetitions are ritualistic. We have them in the ritual of the Conds, and in the ritual of the pre-Christian Mexicans. 669 And there is another curious parallel in a certain ritual of Dahomey, where, with all the stress of human sacrifice, cannibalism occurred in one set of cases only, those killed by lightning, a death which renders sepulture, as among the Romans, unlawful. In these cases the official, wives, of the thunder god place the body upon a platform, cut from it lumps which they chew without eating, crying to passers-by, we sell you meat, fine meat, come and buy. 670 Now, the Eucharist stands both in the myth and in the nature of the cult in the closest relation to the act of human sacrifice, and to explain the latter without reference to the former is to miss part of the problem. For the compilers of the fourth Gospel, as we have noted, the crucified one is the final and universal paschal sacrifice, being slain at the time of the paschal lamb eating, whereas in the synoptics he had previously partaken thereof. And that this conception existed among the Judeo-Christists before the Gospels were written is clear from the book of Revelation, where we have a Judaic writer of the early days of the Gentile schism 671 identifying Jesus with the Alpha and the Omega equals the Almighty, and at the same time with the Lamb that was slain, and that has 7 horns and eyes, like the symbol of Mithra, the slain God actually appearing as a lamb in the vision. Thus in the Jesuin Eucharist, as in so many others, there is embodied the primitive countersense of the God eating himself, in that the sacred or sacrificial animal which he eats is his own manifestation. There could not well occur in respect of the lamb the further myth evolution seen in some other cults, as in that of the goat-eating Dionysos, where we have the strange spectacle of a god sacrificed to himself on the ground that he is his own enemy. But the primary principle is the same, whether through totemism or through an early application of the zodiacal principle, making the spring sacrifice consist in a lamb because the sun is then in the constellation of the ram-lamb, the lamb stands for the god, and, as the god is supposed to partake of the victim offered to him, it follows that, when the victim is the god's own self, the god eats of his own flesh. 672 In the Gospel legend this happens by a double necessity, inasmuch as the god must found his own Eucharist before his death. It was doubtless by way of refining upon the earlier practice of flesh-eating that in the synoptics the god is made to call the bread his flesh, though in the course of the supper he presumptively ate of the prescribed flesh of his special symbol and representative, the lamb. In the same way the Mithraists, whose god was symbolized by both the bull and the lamb, had a sacred meal of bread and wine and one of bread and water, though the god is normally figured as slaying the bull, and a lamb was at certain times eaten in the mysteries. 673 So in the mystical Eucharist of the Egyptians, wherein the divine beings eat the god Ba, god of the water flood, and drink the drink offerings, 674 The cakes and ale, so constantly mentioned in the funeral ritual clearly stand for bread and wine as symbolizing flesh and blood, the cakes being made of white grain, and the ale from red grain. 675 The worshippers of Dionysos inferably did the same when his worship was linked to that of Demeter or Ceres, the corn goddess, and in his cult in turn the wine was mixed with water. 676 But it is on record that though some Christian worshippers in the 2nd century and later, whether imitating the Mithraists or proceeding on general ascetic principles, substituted water for wine in the normal sacrament, a mixture of wine and water being the common usage, 677 An actual lamb was in many churches anciently sacrificed and eaten at Easter, and that when that usage ceased a baked image of a lamb was substituted. 678 And vestiges of both customs survive to this day in the practice of the Catholics of Italy, wherein an actual body of a lamb as well as a confectionery image is blessed by the priest, with the Easter eggs, and sometimes bread. 679. There were in reality two ideals in the early church, that set forth by a number of the fathers down to Augustine, according to which the ritual of the Holy Supper is purely mystical, 680, and another, resting on the natural feeling that the ritual language was gratuitously fantastic if taken as wholly mystical. This, the realistic view, founds on the whole historical analogy of sacrifice, which always meant a communion with the god in partaking of a common meal, 681, and often, further, partaking of the god, 682, under the form of his animal or human representative. This, after the principle of totemism, if ever present in the particular cult, had been long overlaid by a later mysticism. In short, if men ate the paschal sacrament of the lamb by way of eating the god, they were doing what was pleasing to the god, and if they further regarded the god as incarnate in human shape, they were equally entitled or committed to eating him in that form. But are we then to suppose that in any Mediterranean population about the beginning of the Christian era a religious sect could sacrifice a human being and afterwards sacramentally eat of the flesh? In the records of the man-sacrifice of the Babylonian Sakia or Zakmak, to which Dr. Fraser looks for the original of a rite copied by the Jews in their Purim feast and incidentally applied to the execution of a historic Jesus, there is no trace of a subsequent anthropophagus or other sacrament, any more than a rite of resurrection. Yet such a sacrament would seem to be primordial, and the idea of resurrection, developed as a doctrine of individual immortality from the primary conception of the annual revival of vegetation, had become part of the mystery rituals of Osiris and Dionysos, and of the Eleusinia, long before the Christian era. It is the same doctrine that we find in pro-Christian Mexico, particularly in the worship of Huitzilopochtli, concerning which a discerning mythologist of the last generation noted that the practice of making from dough and seeds and children's blood small images of the god, which were treated like human victims and eaten, signified his death and the eating of his body, whereas the god dies, it must be religiously and as a sacrifice, and whereas the anthropomorphic god dies, he dies as a human sacrifice according to the established usages. His heart is cut out and his body eaten as was done in every human sacrifice. Was the thought thereby signified that the god, when his body was eaten, became part thereof, and so communicated himself? Doubtless, but not abstractly, metaphysically, or at all Christianly or morally, but simply on his nature side, which is the essence of the feast god. In seeds he gives his body to nourish his worshippers. Broadly, the god entertains the sacrificer at the sacrifice through the sacrificial meal, and when the slave, as so often happens, represents the god to whom he is sacrificed, the eating of his flesh is an eating of the gods. 683. With the comparative morality of the heathen and Christian sacraments we need not here concern ourselves. But it is to be noted that among the early Christians the sacramental bread was treated as having medicinal virtue, and that in the Middle Ages it became practically a fetish. 684. 7. The Semitic antecedents. In view of such an evolution, which may or may not have a historical connection with the old Asiatic rite scene surviving among the Khons and Gonds, we may perhaps infer where we cannot trace the development that preceded the reduction of the Jesus myth to its present form. An important light is also thrown on the problem by the speculation of Dr. Fraser, inasmuch as it indicates clues which are not affected by the miscarriage of his actual theorem, and to these we may profitably turn. Dr. Fraser's hypothesis is that the mockeries of the crucifixion represent the application to the case of Jesus of the usages of the Perso-Babylonian festival of the Sakia, 685, which he is disposed to identify with the very ancient New Year festival known as the Zakmak or Zagmuku. 686. From this he holds the Jews to have derived their, certainly post-exilic, Feast of Purim, of the origin of which such a fictitious account is given in the Book of Esther, whereof the Esther and Mordecai strongly suggest that God names Ishtar and Merodach. Purim, in its main features, resembles alike the accounts given of the Sakia and those given of Zakmak, and the suggestion is that the Jews, in borrowing the festival, may have copied from the Babylonians the Sakia practice of putting to death at that date a malefactor who, after masquerading as Mordecai, in a crown and royal robe, was hanged or crucified in the character of Haman. This in itself is not incredible, nor is it unlikely that the fast which precedes the feasting of Purim was, in Babylon, a ceremonial mourning for a god or demigod who died like Tammuz or Adonis, and like him rose again on the third day. Then comes the suggestion that Jesus was crucified in the character of Haman. Now arises, however, the problem as to dates. Purim occurred in the middle of the lunar month of Adar, the last of the Jewish sacred year, which, says Dr. Fraser, corresponds roughly to March. In Condor's handbook, as it happens, it is made to run from January 28 to February 25, leaving, for us, an interval of 11 days unaccounted for between the end of the year and the beginning of the next, which sets out with first Nisan equals the 8th of March. What the Jews did to round the cycle was to insert a 13th lunar month 7 times in 19 years. This intercalary month was presumptively placed at the end of the year, with the effect of retarding the new year and making Nisan, also called Aviv equals ripe ears, run into our April. The practical point for us, then, is that there were several weeks between Purim and the Babylonian Zakmak, which fell early in Nisan. Doubtless the Jews put Purim earlier to prevent its clashing with their Passover, which was originally a spring festival of the same order. But then the Sakia, according to Berosus, fell in the Babylonian month of Luz, which answers to July 687, and Jesus, again, is crucified at the Passover, which occurs in the middle of Nisan, the lamb being set apart on the 10th, while unleavened bread began on the 15th. Thus none of the dates fit, Jesus being crucified, according to the story, a month after the Jewish festival in which Haman figures, and months before that of the Sakia in which a mock king was hanged or crucified. Of these difficulties, which Dr. Fraser avows, Mr. Lang makes the most. 688 Dr. Fraser's suggested solutions are, 1. That Berosus may be wrong about the date of the Sakia, 2. That Jesus may really have been crucified in Adar, at the Feast of Purim, and not in Nisan, at the Feast of the Passover, Christian sentiment preferring the latter date, and making the change in tradition. 3. That the Jews may sometimes, Pt.2 3:7, have put Purim alongside of the Passover. For the rest, he suggests that Barabbas was the Mordecai of the year, and cites from Philo the story of Caiaphas, who was made to play the part of a mock king at Alexandria, by way of burlesquing King Agrippa. 689 The name Caiaphas, it is suggested, may be a copyist's error for Barabbas, which, Dr. Fraser thinks, may have been the standing name for a figure in a mock sacrifice, since it means, son of the father, and points to the old Semitic cults in which kings' sons were sacrificed by or for their fathers. Now, the mere difficulty about dates would not be fatal to Dr. Fraser's very interesting and ingenious theory if that were otherwise on a sound footing. That there were 2 calendar usages in regard to the Sakia becomes probable when we note, 1. That the Jews, under Babylonian influence, had separated their ecclesiastical from their civil year, their ecclesiastical new year, the older, being in autumn, while the civil year began in spring, 690, and 2. That they had a second or little Passover, a month after the first, for those who could not keep that. 691 Under the changing dynasties of Mesopotamia there might easily be such a duplicating of the Sakia, and as a matter of fact Zakmak was a festival day in many Babylonian cults. 692 On the other hand, the Jews would readily antedate their Purim to separate it from the Passover, and Christian tradition might very well falsify a date of which it had no documentary record. But this last consideration calls up a far more serious objection to the form of Dr. Fraser's proposition, the above noted objection, namely, that he is accepting the historic actuality of the crucifixion, the inscriptions on the cross, the of Nazareth, the mockery by the soldiers, the utterances of Pilate, the episode of Barabbas, and all the rest of it. To a critic who accepts all this the critical answer obviously is, if you thus take for granted the genuineness of such a highly detailed narrative, how can you possibly account for its absolute omission of any shadow of allusion to the Haman and Mordecai show of which you suppose the crucifixion to have accidentally become part? This objection Dr. Fraser does not try to meet, and it is hard to see how he could meet it. A thorough inquiry, surely, must take account of all aspects of the gospel problem, not merely of ostensible parallels in pagan usage to one aspect of the crucifixion story. The whole documentary problem, surely, must be taken into account, and the historical criticism of the entire legend reckoned with. We are not dealing with a generally credible and corroborated narrative in which a single episode raises surmise of extraneous factors not recognized in the text, but with one which begins and ends in absolute and immemorial myth and is stamped with supernaturalism in every sentence. By Dr. Fraser's own repeated avowal, we ought not to look to the current narrative of the origin of a right for the historical fact, but to the right for the origin of the narrative. If this law does not hold of the Christian Eucharist, it holds of nothing, and the Eucharist is the keystone of the arch built over the death of the God in the Gospels. Dr. Fraser obviously proceeds on the common assumption that the teachings of the Gospel Jesus testify to an indubitable personality. But that view, so natural at first sight, has reached its lowest degree of credit among special students precisely at the moment of Dr. Fraser's unquestioning acceptance of it. 693 Anthropology and hierarchology cannot afford thus to ignore the special historical problems of the very creed on which confessedly their results must finally come to bear. Several of Dr. Fraser's remarks, however, suggest that in the very act of bringing his invaluable research into relation with the creeds of his contemporaries he had regarded as outside his field of study some of the most significant and best established facts as to the doctrinal evolution of Christism among the Jews. 694. 8. The Judaic evolution. Rejecting, then, as not merely unwarranted but excluded by the evidence, Dr. Fraser's assumption of the historicity of the crucifixion, we have to note carefully the inferences which his research really warrants. When these are drawn it will be found that his notable hypothesis does not fall to the ground in its essentials. He has really added signally to his former great services by bringing together the evidences for the existence of a mock-kingly sacrifice among the Semites before the Christian era, and by skillfully elucidating the whole primitive psychology of such rituals. It needs only that his procedure be freed, on the principles of scientific mythology, from the difficulty set up by accepting one set of palpable myths as history. When criticism has done its worst against his manipulation of the Sakia, Zakmuk, and Purim, it will be found that there remains clearly open the inference that certain details of the crucifixion myth are drawn from some old Semitic rite resembling the Sakia, not by way of Purim in its ephemerized Jewish form, but in a simpler form, in which there was no Ishtar or Merodach. 695 Precisely because the practice of human sacrifice to the vegetation god was so nearly universal as Dr. Fraser has shown it to be, it is unnecessary to assume that the Jews owed their variant of it solely to a late contact with another nation. The Athenians had in their Thargelia, which like the Passover was a feast of first fruits, 696 a usage of human sacrifice which as we have seen corresponded at points with the Babylonian, inasmuch as the victims were maintained in potentially riotous ease, and were latterly chosen from the criminal class, though they cannot originally have been so. The sacrifice, indeed, does not seem to have belonged to the earlier worship of Apollo at all, 697 and the calling of the victims pharmakoi, medicine men, suggests an adaptation of a West Asiatic usage, the more so as quasi-Semitic sacrifices were in use among the Eretrians and Magnesians. 698 In all likelihood this was the very sacrifice of purification said to have been prescribed to the plague-stricken Athenians by the Cretan Epimenides, 699 when 2 youths voluntarily gave themselves as victims. 700 But if the Athenians could take such a rite from Crete or Asia Minor, there is reason to conclude that it was known in Palestine, in a simpler form than the Babylonian, before the exile. That there were such forms is to be inferred from both early and late evidence. Firstly, we have the whole tradition of the Passover, with which, and not with Purim, the crucifixion myth comes chronologically in touch on the face of the case. Among the aspects of the gospel myth which the analogy of the Sakia leaves untouched are, 1. The mourning for the victim, 2. His alleged divinity and his titles of Son of God and Son of Man, 3. His participation in a sacramental meal in which his flesh is mystically eaten, 4. His execution along with 2 criminals, 5. His resurrection, 6. His subsequent status as Messiah or Christus. Now, the first 3 of those characteristics are as cognate with the Paschal rite as they are alien to Purim, the fourth can be shown historically to connect with Paschal usage, and the others develop naturally from the preceding. That there is no need to go to Purim for an actual killing or sacrificing of quasi-royal victims or malefactors in connection with a sacrificial festival appears from the legend of the hanging of 7 kings' sons, before the Lord, an event which happens according to the narrative at the barley harvest, that is, at the time of the Passover. 701 In the face of this familiar record it is obliviously asserted by Mr. Lang that sacrificed victims are not hanged. 702 He has given 13 cases of human sacrifice in which victims were not hanged, but has apparently not consulted his Bible. Now, the expressions, before the Lord, and, unto the Lord, mean sacrifice or nothing. 703 And that the hanging of Saul's sons was by way of propitiation is clear from the remark in the context that, after that, God was intrigued for the land. 704 Further, hanging is the mode not only in the sacrificing of Saul's sons but in the offering up, unto the Lord, of the heads of the people as described in Numbers XXV, 4. Equally sacrificial, in spirit and in occasion, though the usual formula is not applied to it, is the hanging of the 5 kings by Joshua in the pseudo-history, and in the case of his hanging of the king of Ai, where the procedure is exactly the same, it is explicitly told, in the Hebrew, that he devoted all the people of Ai, as he had done those of Jericho. 705 As Ai is an imaginary city. 706 We must conclude that the legend points to a customary rite. Finally, a comparison of a passage in Deuteronomy in which every hanged man is declared to be the curse of God, 707 with the passages cited from the book of Joshua, proves that the curse of God meant devoted to God, 708 since in the former the course prescribed is precisely that followed in the pseudo-history, namely, the taking down and burying of the victim within the day. Thus all hanged men were in ancient Jewry sacrifices to the sun god or the rain god, 709 and the Pauline epistle unconsciously clinches the point in citing the misunderstood text. 710 It may in fact be taken as historically certain that human sacrifice in this aspect was a recognized part of Hebrew religion down till the exile. 711 And here, as at so many other points, we find a specific parallel between Hebrew usage and that of the natives of Africa. At the death of a Nigerian chief or notable, the slaves slain to raise him up by the head and feet, buried with him, and others are hung in the different compartments of the house, and in the street or roadway, the heads of these being afterwards cut off and regarded as conveying luck. 712 Again, near a certain Long Juju shrine in southern Nigeria, where human sacrifice was regularly practiced until its capture by the British troops, it was noted that beside a minor temple at Ibom were trees on which murderers and thieves used to be hanged. 713 That the hanging had a religious significance is proved by the fact that when the capture took place there was found the last sacrifice, a white goat, trussed up in the branches of a palm tree and starving to death. 714 And it is expressly explained concerning the sacrifice of a woman to the rain god at Benin that a woman was taken, a prayer made over her, and a message saluting the rain god put in her mouth. Then she was clubbed to death and put up in the execution tree, St. Andrew's crosswise, so that the rain might see. 715 Semitic usage is all that need be proved in the present connection, but it may be further noted, 1. That animal victims were hanged to a tree in the cult of the Syrian goddess in the 2nd century of our era, 716, 2. That human victims were bound or hanged to trees in the sacrificial rites of the pre-Christian Mexicans, 717, 3. That human victims were frequently if not habitually hanged in sacrifice to Odin, 718 as well as to other Teutonic deities, 719, 4. That in certain cases of human sacrifice in Tahiti the slain victim was suspended from the sacred tree, 720, 5. That the devoted bodies of slain enemies were hanged on a tree by the Tongans, 721, 6. That among Abubira natives a lamb in a propitiatory sacrifice was fastened into the topmost prong of a pole, and set up, with a palm branch on which was impaled a yam, at the entrance of the compound, 722, 7. That some of the northern Native Americans hanged dogs to poles with running knots, in honor of their divinities, that the nomads similarly attached skins of wild beasts to trees, and that the Floridans elevated other offerings. 723 It is significant that among the early Odin worshippers, as among Greeks and Semites, kings' sons were sacrificed in substitution for their fathers, and that latterly slaves and criminals were substituted in such rites. 724 From the nature of the case, 2. It is probable that the victim was hanged not by the neck but by the hands. 725 In some of the Scandinavian cases the victim was wounded with a javelin as well as hanged, and one myth specifies a hanging which lasted 9 nights. 726 In any case, hanging by the wrists was the normal mode of ancient crucifixion, so-called. 727 But, further, it is clear that the Passover rite, of which the narrative in Exodus is a fictitious account, was originally one of sacrifice of firstlings, 728 including the firstborn sons, and the conflicting laws on the subject prove that only with difficulty was the substitution of lambs for children carried out. 729 To this day, at least among continental Jews, 730 The principle of redemption is ritually recognized in the festival ceremony of Pidyon Haben. A month after the birth of a first son, a friendly Kohen is selected to officiate, who sacerdotally asks certain questions of the mother, one being, is this child the first fruit of your womb? If he be poor, he receives a small fee, 731 If not, the mother throws a small gold chain round his neck, and he in return, during certain prayers, puts it round the neck of the child, who is thus redeemed. And that the firstborn were at one time set apart as a victim class, 732 liable either to be sacrificed or to be employed as hieroduloi, appears from the announcement of Yahweh in the priestly code, I have taken the Levites from among the children of Israel instead of all the firstborn. And the Levites shall be mine, for all the firstborn are mine. 733 As regards the private continuance of the practice after the Levites had been set apart as a specific tribe, we can only inferentially trace the evolution. Certainly the priesthood did not of itself set up the movement against child sacrifice. Such reforms always begin through rulers or lay reformers, never through the priestly organization, save when a new cult supersedes an old. 734 Circumcision, rite of sacrifice with the same significance. 735 seems to have been introduced, or at least stressed, comparatively late. 736 for the same purpose, and as an official Yahwistic feast the Passover seems also late. 737 Though the manner of its enactment in the first redaction of the law indicates that it was in some form already a standing practice. 738 It doubtless needed the late myths of Abraham and Isaac. 739 And of the Exodus to persuade even Yahwists to drop the child sacrifice, and in the rival cults the practice seems to have been common. 740 It is in this connection that there presumptively occurred the usage first of breaking the victim's limbs, and later of drugging them, to prevent the struggles which were usually held to make a sacrifice inauspicious. 741 And the manner in which the caveat against breaking the bones of the paschal lamb is introduced, an apparent interpolation made at the close of the original narrative of the Exodus. 742, indicates it to be either a late provision against a practice which definitely recalled the rite of human sacrifice, or a specific assertion of the principle that the victim must be without blemish, as against the practice of a human sacrifice in which the victim had to be either maimed or drugged in order to make him seem willing. But, as in the practice of the Cons, so in that of the Jews, the principle that the victim must be bought with a price is visibly a later development, grafted on the other. Originally the victim is voluntary, this is his special sacrificial virtue. When the voluntary victim can no longer be procured, one, bought with a price, being the property of the sacrificers, is the next best thing, and in his case, willingness is ostensibly secured by trick, bribe, or brutality. The underlying reasoning is of a piece. We are faced again, however, by the difficult problem of the historic transmission of such usages. On the whole, the evidence from anthropology goes far to support the thesis, otherwise well made out, of the Asiatic derivation of the oceanic peoples. 743 In certain South Sea islands in modern times, when the practices of human sacrifice and cannibalism had latterly dwindled, 744 The first missionaries found in use forms of animal sacrifice which seem to affiliate at many points to the ritual we have seen in operation among Cons and westerly Semites. Thus the pigs set apart for sacrifice. 745 At certain temples, when presented alive, received the sacred mark, and ranged the district at liberty. When slain, they were exceedingly anxious to avoid breaking a bone, or disfiguring the animal. One method of killing them was by holding the pig upright on its legs, placing a strong stick horizontally under its throat, and another across upon its neck, and then pressing them together until the animal was strangled. 746 Here we have, 1. The common Asiatic and American usage of leaving the doomed victim for a time at liberty. 747, 2. The avoidance of bone breaking. 748 As in the case of the paschal lamb. 3. The preservation of the cross figure as seen in the Con sacrifice, and 4. The evident imitation of human sacrifice in the posture of the victim. 749 Seeing, further, that only a portion of the pig thus sacrificed was eaten, and that only by the priests and other sacred persons who were privileged to eat of the sacrifices, the remainder being left on the god's altar till it decomposed, we may fairly surmise that it was a surrogate for a sacrificed human being, formerly eaten as a sacrament in the Aztec fashion. Among the natives of South Nigeria who practiced human sacrifice and ritual cannibalism down till the beginning of the 20th century, we again find the use of the cross figure. The victims sacrificed for rain were stretched on a rude scaffolding in the form of the St. Andrew's cross, and goats, as we have seen, were similarly trussed. Crucifixion, of a kind, as we have seen, was practiced at Benin, and the term is frequently used by eyewitnesses in describing the treatment of victims. 750 The usual form of sacrifice, says Galway, is crucifixion. 751 Yet again, some of the women slaves sacrificed, at the approach of the punitive expedition to Benin, had the abdominal wall cut in the form of a cross. There are traces, too, of leg breaking, one goat being found by the punitive expedition at Benin with its legs broken, as a native explained, to prevent white man coming. 752, and Burton tells of a victim whose legs had been broken at Midchin with awful violence. 753 He also records that a slave bound for the other world is always plied with a bottle of rum before the fatal cord is made fast. 754 In Uganda the usage of limb breaking is found to have been common. The god Kitimba or Kitinda of Damba and elsewhere was represented by a crocodile, his priest, and to appease him men were sacrificed to the crocodiles in the lake. The victim was taken to the brink, where his knees and elbows were broken, so that he could not crawl away. 755 Whereafter the crocodiles came and devoured him. 756 Here the primary motive is unusually clear, and it is noted that in the case of the victims thrown alive into the pit grave of the chief among some tribes there is no limb breaking, they being unable to escape. 757 It is not impossible that limb breaking originated in this simple fashion, and later became a ritual usage with an ethical connotation. But among the Manyema of the same African region, on the other hand, we find that at the burial of a chief 10 women victims had their legs and arms broken at the knees and elbows and were thrown into the grave. The king's dead body, wrapped in bark cloth, was laid upon theirs, and then 10 men victims were similarly treated, and their bodies laid over the king's. 758 Thus the idea of simulated willingness cannot be confidently excluded from even the most primitive phenomena. The main reason for doubt is the fact that in ordinary burial the limbs of the dead are by the same peoples broken at the elbows and knees to admit of their being placed in the sitting posture. 759, a practice which, however, is ascribed to certain of the North American Indian tribes. 760 Without any mention of limb breaking being resorted to. And in the sacrifices of slaves at the death of chiefs, as practiced in the Sandwich Islands when they were visited by Captain Cook, the victims were clubbed suddenly, having not the most distant intimation of their fate. 761 Here the exclusion of willingness is so complete that we are led to infer a late and, so to speak, debased form of the rite. Yet again, there is a solitary testimony that in the human sacrifices offered by the Algonkins at the beginning of the hunting season it was a rule that not a bone of the victim must be broken. 762 Seeing that other Native Americans observed the principle of the Semites, that at the sacrificial feast the victim must be all eaten, and nothing left. 763 There would thus seem to be not merely an ancient racial affinity between the aborigines of America and some race or races of Asia, but a direct heredity in the matter of special primitive rites. But even if we waive the latter presumption, we can infer the probable line of movement all round in the matter of the usages under notice. As thus, 1. Originally a willing victim is desiderated, and willingness is secured by the bribe of a period of ease and license. 2. This kind of victim becoming hard to procure, 1. Bought with a price, was substituted, as representing a voluntary offering by his owner or owners. 3. Still seeking the semblance of a willing sacrifice, the sacrificers first broke the limbs of the human victim. 4. Feeling, on some reformers' urging, that such a mangled victim was an unseemly sacrifice, they resorted to narcotics. 5. At a higher stage of social evolution, recoiling from the sacrifice of an innocent victim, men fall back upon condemned criminals, and these in turn are stupefied, from humane or other motives. 6. Being next persuaded that the stupefied victim was either an unseemly or an inefficacious because non-suffering sacrifice, or being on other grounds inclined to abandon human sacrifice, they substituted the old sacrifice of an animal, giving it in certain cases human attributes, and in others some of the privileges formerly accorded to the taboo human victim. In the case of the animal it was not as a rule felt necessary either to break bones or to use narcotics, though either plan might be used. But reformers would stress the avoidance of bone breaking by way of showing the superiority of the new sacrifice, hence the need for a veto on imitations of the old practice. 764 Such an evolution might conceivably take place independently in different communities. It is true indeed that in the redemptory sacrifices offered by modern Semites for boys, care is taken not to break a bone, because they fear that if a bone of the sacrifice should be broken, the child's bones would be broken too. 765 But that appears to be a theory framed subsequent to and not antecedent to a reform. It is of the nature of such reforms, however, to be introduced with difficulty and to be rebelled against and reverted from, and even without the above-cited evidence of a slowly wrought transformation in Hebrew usage, it is certain, from the whole drift of religious history, that the practice of child slaying, which was systematically legislated against only after the exile, would be revived in times of trouble by Jews, as we know it to have been by Carthaginians. It is through reversions of this kind to old and terrible rites, then, that we must suppose the ancient mode of sacrifice to have been kept in men's knowledge. Such a doctrine rested on the most obvious and therefore the most fully developed side of the conception of sacrifice, the offering to the god of a peculiarly precious gift, representing a maximum of self-deprivation in the sacrificers. Meanwhile, though it is not certain that the mode of hanging before the Lord by the wrists ever placed the victim in the form of a cross, as has been done in our own time at Benin, it would appear that the rite of the Passover was closely associated with the cross sign. 766 That is the mark specified in Ezekiel 7:67 for the saving of the elect from a general massacre, and the blood mark placed on the doorposts and lintels at the Passover 768 is inferentially the same, 769 as is the seal on the foreheads of the saved in the Apocalypse. To this day, the Arabs make the Tau mark with sacrificial blood on at least one Moslem shrine. 770 In any case, the pre-Christian use of the cross as a symbol of the sun god and as a sign of immortal life is undisputed, and we shall see reason to infer that the form of slaying represented in the Christian crucifix, which does not appear in Christian art till about the 7th century 771, was conceived from certain rites in which the initiate extended his arms upon a tree or cross, 772 probably in reminiscence of some such mode of treating the sacrificed victim as we have seen described. In the case of the Cons. 9. Specific survivals in Judaism. Apart from definite revivals, the memory of human sacrifice is clearly stamped not only on the Passover but on the two other typical sacrificial feasts of the Jews, the indeterminate sacrifice of the red heifer, loosely said to have been performed only 8 times since Moses, and the annual sacrifice of a scapegoat on the Day of Atonement. In the case of the former, which was prescribed to take place on the Mount of Olives, the high priest, his eldest son, and the Messiah Milchama, the deputy high priest anointed for war, were all three anointed with holy oil, the mark of a cross being made with it on their foreheads. But further, in one of the 2 Talmudic accounts, in anticipation of the performance of the rite, a pregnant woman was brought into one of the chambers of the temple, which was set apart for the purpose, and kept there till her child was born. The child so born was brought up within the sacred precincts, and protected from any chance of incurring ceremonial pollution. When the time for the rite arrived, this child was seated on a wooden litter borne by bullocks, and conducted to the fountain of Siloah. There the child descended, and drew water from the spring in an earthen vessel, bearing which, he was reconducted, as he came, to the temple. 773 But by another account, pregnant women were brought to Jerusalem, and placed in courts built on the rock, with an excavation underneath, and they and their children were there kept, for the use of the red heifer, 774 till the children were 7 or 8 years old, when they ceased to be held ceremonially pure. Here it becomes fairly clear that a regular supply of children victims had anciently been provided for sacrifice, and that the heifer was the child's representative. Some trace of the knowledge is preserved in the Talmud, in the dubiously significant saying that, as the red heifer atones for sin so also does the death of the righteous atone for sin. 775 Being sacrificed with her face to the south and her head to the west, 776 The heifer was presumably dedicated either to the setting or winter sun or to the moon goddess. 777 By an equally clear clue in the ritual, we can reach the original character of the sacrifice of the scapegoat, which in its official form is clearly post-exilic. 778 In the preparation for that, the high priest was removed from his own house to the council chamber 7 days in advance, and at the same time a Sagan or deputy was appointed who should take his place in case of his being incapacitated. On the night before the day of sacrifice he was not allowed to eat meat, or to sleep, being watched by the younger priests. At that stage, the elders of the great Sanhedrin handed him over to the seniors of the priestly order, who escorted him to the upper chamber of the house of Abtinas, 779 and there they swore him in, and, after bidding him farewell, departed. In administering the oath, they said, My Lord High Priest, we are ambassadors of the Sanhedrin, thou art ambassador of the Sanhedrin, and our ambassador also. We adjure thee, by him who causes his name to dwell in this house, that thou deviate not from anything we have rehearsed to thee. Then they parted company, both he and they weeping. 780 An absurd Talmudic explanation is given for the weeping. He wept because they suspected he was a Sadducee, and they wept because the penalty or false suspicion is scourging. 781 Whatever may have been the historical fact concealed by the last phrase, it is sufficiently clear that the rite was originally one of human sacrifice in which either the priest or his deputy, the Sagan, or Segan, was put to death as ambassador of the people to the god or gods, 782, that is, a scapegoat for their sins. And in this Sagan we probably have the true interpretation of the Graysize term Zoganes 783 applied to the mock victim of the Sakia. He was simply the deputy 784 of the originally Jew victim, the priest, who must thus have solved his personal problem at a very early date. 785 In all likelihood the Hebrews had practiced some form of this rite long before the captivity. And as regards the later practice we have a significant Talmudic clue, in the saying of Rabbi Eliezer that it is lawful to slay an Amharetz, one, ignorant of the law, rustic, pagan, on the Day of Atonement, even when it falls on a Sabbath. There were discussions on the point, and it is explained that the victim must not be slain with a knife, as that would necessitate a formal benediction, but to kill him by tearing his nostrils open no benediction is required. Another rabbi chimes in that Rabbi Yochanan has said that it is lawful to split up the Amharetz like a fish, and that from the neck too, adds yet another. 786 The date explains the proposition. Whether as a regular and sanctioned or as a sporadic practice, the sacrifice of a human victim on the Day of Atonement had in all likelihood been practiced at or near Jerusalem both before and after the return from the captivity. 787 The modified sacrifice of the scapegoat, then, was but another variant of the primordial principle of human sacrifice or sin offering, for the good of the people, and is in many respects the complement of the Passover. The Passover victim was set apart on the 10th day of the civil New Year, which dated from spring. The Day of Atonement was the 10th day from the ecclesiastical New Year, which, as we have seen, began in autumn. It is probable that the latter is the older of the two, but both hold their ground in reference to the sun's progress, the spring festival standing for his youth and waxing period, the autumn for his maturity and waning. That they had a common principle in the sacrifice of a pure victim appears from the detail that in both cases the victim before sacrifice is put in an upper chamber, the idea being to provide that no contamination should arise from a grave beneath. 788 And both festivals, it is to be noted, could be celebrated apart from the temple, the Passover being a domestic as well as a temple feast, and the Day of Atonement being celebrated in Babylon as well as at Jerusalem. 789 It is important to note this circumstance in view of the theoretic universalism of the traditional rite of sacrifice, which even the cons declared to be for mankind, and on which the Gentilizing Christians founded their gospel. Jewish sacrifices were strictly national, but in their later contacts with other races they were constantly being attracted towards more cosmopolitan ideals. 790 It sufficed that they had as basis the communal idea, and that it was capable of development on popular lines. In the legend of the slaying of Saul's 7 sons they preserved the belief, seen in force among the Moabites, and at the same time in Israel 791, that a king's son, offered up by and for his father, was an irresistibly potent sacrifice, and among some sections of the Semitic race, as we have seen, there was current the myth preserved by Eusebius from Philo of Byblos, that Cronos, whom the Phoenicians call Israel, adorned his son called Iod, the only, with emblems of royalty, and sacrificed him. The actuality of such a belief among the Phoenicians is proved by the story of Malleus crucifying his only son, crowned and robed in purple, before the walls of Carthage, in order to conquer the city. 792 He was fulfilling an august rite. Always it is a typically divine or racial father, Cronos, Israel, Abraham, who figures in the myths of son sacrifice, 793 And when it is remembered that the god name Tammuz signified in its original Akkadian form, the son of life, and was by the Semites interpreted to mean, the offspring, or, only son, 794 we are led to conclude that this conception, bound up with that of the god's death and resurrection, had a general and strong hold on both non-Semitic and Semitic races, for a Hebrew cult of the dying and re-arising Tammuz was in the period before the exile carried on in the very temple of Yahweh. 795. 10. The pre-Christian Jesus God. We are thus prepared to interpret the crux set up for Christian commentators by the ancient reading, Jesus Barabbas, in Matt. 5, 16, 17. That this was long the accepted reading in the ancient church is to be gathered from Origen, 796, and the problem has always been reckoned a puzzling one. Had Dr. Fraser noted it, he might have seen cause to look deeper for his solution of the problem of the simple name Barabbas in the Gospel story and in Philo. The natural inference from the Barabbas story is that it was customary to give up to the people about the time of the Passover a prisoner, who was made to play a part in some rite under the name of Barabbas, son of the Father, and the reading, Jesus Barabbas, suggests that the full name of the bearer of the part included that of Jesus, a detail very likely to be suppressed by copyists as an error. Is not the proper presumption, then, this, that the preservation of the name, Jesus Barabbas, tells of the common association of those names in some such rite as must be held to underlie the gospel myth, that, in short, Jesus the Son of the Father, was a figure in an old Semitic ritual of sacrifice before the Christian era? The Syrian form of the name, Yeshu, closely resembles the Hebrew name Yishak, which we read Isaac, and that Isaac was in earlier myth sacrificed by his father is a fair presumption. We have here the inferable norm of an ancient god sacrifice, Abraham's original godhood being tolerably certain, like that of Israel. 797 In Arab legend, Ishmael is sacrificed by his father, though apparently the sacrifice is commuted for a ram in the manner of the story in Genesis. 798 As a hypothesis, the proposed solution must for the present stand, but the grounds for surmising a pre-Christian cult of a Jesus or Joshua may here be noted. The first is the fact that the Joshua, Jesus, of the book so named is quite certainly unhistorical, 799, and that the narrative concerning him is a late fabrication. We can but divine from it that, having several attributes of the sun god, 800 he is like Samson and Moses, an ancient deity, latterly reduced to human status, and as Jewish tradition has it that he began his work of deliverance on the day fixed for the choosing of the paschal lamb, and concluded it at the Passover, 801. It is inferable that his name was anciently associated with the rite and the symbol, as well as with the similarly significant rite of circumcision, which is connected with the Passover in the pseudo-history of Joshua. 802 That he, who is never mentioned by the psalmists or prophets, should not only be put on a level with Moses as an institutor of the prime ordinances of the Passover rite and circumcision, but should be credited with the miracle of staying the course of the sun and moon, a prodigy beyond any ascribed to Moses, is not to be explained save on the view that he held divine status in the previous myth. 803 As his name was held in special reverence among the Samaritans, who preserved a late book ascribing to him many feats not given in the Jewish record, the probability is that he was an Ephraimite deity, analogous to Joseph, whose legend has such close resemblances to the myth of Tammuz Adonis. No less clear is the inference from the pseudo-prediction inserted in a list of priestly vetoes in the book of Exodus. 804 It is there promised that an angel, in or on whom is the name of Yahweh, shall lead Israel to triumph against the Amorites, the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. This is the very list, lacking one, put in Joshua's mouth as that of the conquests effected by the Lord through him, 805 so that he is pseudo-historically identified with the promised angel. 806 That personage, again, in virtue of his possession of the magical name, 807 is in the Talmud identified with the mystic Metatron, who is in turn identifiable with the Logos. 808 Thus the name Joshua equals Jesus is already in the Pentateuch associated with the conceptions of Logos, Son of God, and Messiah, and it is in view of such knowledge that the pseudo-prediction is framed. Only the hypothesis that in some Palestinian quarters Joshua had the status of a deity can meet the case. To the nature of that status we have certain clues which have never been considered in correlation, Jews and Christians alike being led by their presuppositions either to ignore or to misconceive them. One clue is, as already noted, the evidently Judaic and pre-Christian character of the Lamb God Jesus in the Apocalypse. The slain God is there identified not only with the Logos, 809 before the appearance of the fourth Gospel, and with the Mithraic or Babylonian symbols of the seven spirits, but with the Alpha and the Omega, and the accessories are markedly Semitic and Judaistic. Thus the 24 elders play a foremost part, the 12 apostles are present only in an interpolation, 810 and the saved are preeminently Jewish. 811 Not only, in short, is the child god of the dragon story, in the 12th chapter, not the Christian Jesus, 812 The Jesus of the whole book is pre-Christian, the book being in fact a Jewish apocalypse slightly edited for Christian purposes. 813 So much is now admitted by many students, and it is the failure to learn this and other lessons of the documents that still permits of wrong hypotheses to account for the messianic doctrine in the Book of Enoch, distinctly pre-Christian work. 814 But the same problem arises in connection with that crucial document, the teaching of the 12 apostles. Not only are the first 6 chapters of that book wholly Judaic, without mention of any divinity save God, the Lord, the Father, unless the Spirit be taken to stand for a second deity, but even the formula of baptism in the 7th chapter, which belongs to a secondary stratum in the compilation, is not clearly Christian, and the Eucharistic formula in the 9th is clearly non-Christian. It runs, "We thank thee, our Father, for the holy vine of David thy servant, which thou hast made known to us by Jesus thy servant," 8:15, an expression quite irreconcilable with the accepted Christian narrative and liturgy. Nor is there a single allusion in the entire document, whether in the late or the early portions, to the death of Jesus by crucifixion or otherwise. Thus it appears that not only was the nucleus of the document a teaching of 12 monotheistic Jewish apostles, the apostles of the high priest to the dispersion 816, but even the earlier Jesuit additions were made by Judaic Jesuists who had not the Christian doctrine of a divine sacrifice, whether or not they already had the Trinitarian doctrine set forth in the baptismal formula of the 7th chapter. Thus the allusion to the Gospel of the Lord in the 8th chapter is presumptively an interpolation, occurring as it does in a document in which hitherto the Lord had always meant Yahweh, and even at that, the reference is presumptively to the inferred primary form of the first Gospel, which had no account of the crucifixion and resurrection 817, a Gospel, in short, which had grown up solely by way of sayings and doings ascribed to the mythical Jesus, without the existing birth legend, and without his 12 apostles. Here again the theological critics recognize the Judaic character of the matter, 818, but fail to draw the obvious inferences. There remains to be considered in the same connection the fact that in the Jewish liturgy for the ecclesiastical New Year there is always mention of Joshua, Jeshu equals Jesus, as the Prince of the Presence. 819. This is of course interpreted as a title signifying Joshua's relation to Moses, but in the light of the Apocalypse it seems to have quite another significance. After the deletions effected in the pseudo-history, 820 the matter is sufficiently obscure, but the clues left, when colligated, tell of something very different from the written word. Tentatively, we may surmise that as the Day of Atonement, which comes 10 days after the New Year, is the consummation of the annual Day of Judgment, 821 Joshua in the liturgy played very much the same part as the Judaic Jesus in the Apocalypse. Finally, we have to note, a. the remarkable Persian tradition which makes Joshua the son of Miriam, 822 whose death day in the Jewish calendar is that of the beginning of his work, the 10th of Nisan, whereon was chosen the Paschal Lamb, and b. the fact that according to some Jews the week of the sun, circumcision and redemption of the firstborn male child, was called the rite of Jesus the Son. 823 Whether or not we have here the true origination of the myth which makes the Gospel Jesus the son of Mariam, there is a fair presumption from mythological analogy that the Miriam of the Pentateuch, who dies and is buried at Kadesh, 824, the holy city, is a goddess ephemerized, 825, and that the day of Joshua's setting out on his fictitious march was in the original myth the day either of his birth or of some act of popular salvation wrought by him. If he were originally a variant of Tammuz, and Miriam a variant of Ishtar, if male infants were circumcised in his honor, and if he died to save men at the Passover, the details to that effect would certainly be excluded by the later Yahwists from any narrative they preserved or framed concerning him. As it is, we may at least argue for a connection between the Judaic, Jesus the Son, and the traditional, Jesus the Son of the Father. Beyond conjectures we cannot at present go, but the significance given to the name of Jeshua, the high priest of the return, in the book of Zechariah, 826 at a time when the book of Joshua did not exist, tells of a messianic idea so associated when messianism was but beginning among the Jews. And as the messianic idea seems to have come to them, as it fittingly might, during their exile, perhaps from the old Babylonian source of the myth of the returning Hammurabi, who in his own code declares himself the Savior Shepherd and the King of Righteousness 827, or from the later Mazdean doctrine that the Savior Saoshyant, the yet unborn son of Zarathustra, is at the end of time to raise the dead and destroy Ahriman, 828. It may have had many divine associations such as later Orthodox Judaism would sedulously obliterate. What is specially important in this connection is the fact that the doctrine of a suffering Messiah gradually developed among the Jews, for the most part outside the canonical literature. For the doctrine that the Christ must needs have suffered, 829 can be scripturally supported only from passages like the 53rd chapter of Isaiah, where our A.V. alters the past tense into the present, thus making a description of Israel's past suffering serve as a mystic type. Cyrus, who is called Messiah in Deutero-Isaiah, was reputed to have been crucified, but not in his messianic capacity. 830 The presumption then is that the doctrine was extra-canonical, and was set up by Gentile example. Even in the Book of Enoch, where the Messianic doctrine is much developed, the Messiah does not suffer. The first clear trace of that conception in Judaic literature appears to be in the doctrine that of the two promised Messiahs, 831 Ben Joseph and Ben David. Ben Joseph is to be slain. 832 Whence came that theorem it is for the present impossible to say, but it is presumptively foreign. 833 And there are clear Gentile parallels. An obvious precedent to begin with lay in the Greek myth of the crucified Prometheus, 834 but on the whole the most likely pagan prototype is to be seen in the slain and resurgent Dionysos, one of whose chief names is Eleutherios, the liberator, 835 who was specially signalized as the god, born again. As the Jewish Messiah was to be primarily a deliverer, like the series of legendary national heroes in the Book of Judges, a popular god so entitled was most likely to impress the imagination of the dispersed Jews and their proselytes. The same epithet, indeed, may well have attached to ancient deities such as Samson, who is a variant of the deliverer Heracles, and was one of the deliverers of the pseudo-history, as well as to the original Jesus whose myth is ephemerized in Joshua. Samson, too, like Dionysos, was only begotten, 836 but in any case approximate motive is needed to account for the post-exilic or post-Maccabean revival of such conceptions in a cult form, and it is to be found in the prevailing religious conceptions of the surrounding Hellenistic civilization, where, next to Zeus, the gods most in evidence were Dionysos and Heracles, and the sun-sacrificing Kronos. 837. 11. Private Jewish Eucharists. There arises thus the further presumption that such a cult as we are tracing may have flourished in a Jewish community elsewhere than in Jerusalem. Dr. Fraser, in surmising a celebration of Purim with a real victim at Jerusalem, does not take account of the fact that the bulk of the Jews deported to Babylon had remained and flourished there, many remaining Yahwists, that there then began the institution of the synagogue, permissible to any group of Jews in any place, and that wherever in the East there was a Jewish synagogue outside of Judea there was an opening for usages not recognized at Jerusalem. But the existence of many such synagogues is clearly an important condition of the problem, and precisely because there were no regular sacrificial rites, apart from the Passover, for expatriated Jews, there is a likelihood that among them in particular would revive rites of sacrifice and sacrament which had a great tradition behind them, but were not latterly practiced at the temple. This craving for a sacrifice in which they could participate is the special note of the Epistle to the Hebrews, and indeed the habit and doctrine of sacrifice were far too deeply rooted to permit of a contented submission of all the myriads of scattered Jews to a complete deprivation of the practice. 838 Significantly enough, the most notable sacrificial survival among the race in modern times is one that demonstrably preserves the principle of human sacrifice, that, namely, of the Kapparoth, atonements, the slaying of a white cock on the eve of Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. 839 One Jewish convert to Christianity, Chaim Isaacs, puts it that, the more self-righteous Jews provide a cock, which is slain by an inferior rabbi, whereafter the sacrificers swing it 9 times over their heads, praying to God that the sins of the year may enter into the fowl. It is not strictly a scapegoat, for it is given to the poor to eat. As to the self-righteousness involved, Isaacs admitted that while he remained in the old faith he set great store by the procedure, and thought he was justified. 840 Theologically he was. It is not disputed that the Hebrew word geva stands for both a cock and a man. 841 Another Jewish convert, Herzhan, describing the custom, and noting the eagerness with which white cocks are bought by Jews on the eve of Yom Kippur, declares that it is still in vogue amongst those who pride themselves upon their orthodoxy, and decides that it is one of many relics of Oriental paganism which the Jews brought from the banks of the Euphrates, from the land of their exile, the fatherland of rabbinic faith and worship. 842 It has been strictly preserved in the interim. In an English account of the rite as practiced among the Jews of Barbary in the 17th century it is noted that the sacrifice came after the reading of the ancient confession held to be made by the high priest in sacrificing the scapegoat. The narrator continues, since the destruction of their city, the Jews have no place for a proper sacrifice, and therefore, instead thereof, when they come from the synagogue, every father of a family takes a cock, a white one if possible, upon the 9th day of the feast, and, calling his household about him, repeats several sentences of Scripture, among which the principal are the 17 verse of Psalm 107 and 23 verse of Job 13:33. After the repetition of these scriptures, he waves the cock 3 times 843 about his head, at each of which he useth these or the like words, Let this cock be a commutation for me, let it be my substitute, let it be an expiation for me, let the bird die, but let life and happiness be to me and all Israel. Amen. Then he again swings the cock thrice about his head, once for himself, once for his sons, and once for the strangers that are with him. Then he kills the cock and saith, I have deserved thus to die. The woman takes a hen, and does the like for those of her sex. In Barbary, where the houses are flat-roofed, they cast the garbage thereon, to be devoured by some ravenous birds, in token that their sins are removed as the entrails they cast out. Now the reason why they choose a cock for the expiatory is drawn from the ambiguous word in the Talmud, which may signify either man or cock. So that they repute the death of a cock as much as that of a man, and to this domestic bird the 53 of Isai, 844 with many other passages of Holy Writ, are profanely and ridiculously applied. When they have done with the cock they repair to the sepulchres, where they repeat their prayers and confessions. They bestow the value of their cocks upon the poor, to whom formerly they gave their carcasses, which they now keep to furnish out their own tables. 845 This differs from the recent accounts only in respect of the eating of the sacrifice by the sacrificers in person, a closer adherence to the fundamental principle. In no case, however, is there any obscurity as to that. I have seen in recent years an illustrated postcard, made for the use of German Jews, whereon is represented a Jew in hat and long coat, holding a white cock, and standing before a table with a book on it, while below is the Hebrew text, Job 24, Deliver him from going down to the pit, I have found a ransom, with the addition, May you be inscribed for a prosperous year, and afterwards, in German, the greeting, Hearty good wishes for the new year. 2 other details complete the identification. 1. The sacrificer, holding with his right hand the tied legs of the bird, with his left hand on its head coaxes it to keep it quiet, 846, the old effort to secure the willing victim. 2. The procedure includes a ransom for the kaparoth, that is, a ransom for the ransom, 847 a principle familiar to the student of ancient sacrifice. 848 Here the substitution of a lesser for a human sacrifice is almost undisguised, after 2,000 years. A remarkable parallel to the Jewish practice is found at the present day among many of the peoples of the Congo and other regions of Western Africa. Between Isangela and Manyanga, writes Sir H. Johnston, there are many eunuchs in the large villages, who seem to be attached to a vague phallic worship with which is intricately connected a reverence for the moon. When the new moon appears, dances are performed by the eunuchs, who sacrifice a white fowl, which must always be male, in its honor. The bird is thrown up into the air and torn to pieces as it falls to the earth. I was told that in former days a human victim was offered up on these occasions, but that in later times a white fowl had been substituted. 849 The question here arises why black races should make white fowls or animal surrogates for men, and an Asiatic origin for the practice suggests itself. That it is, however, also an ancient if not a primary savage practice appears to follow from the frequency of sacrifices of white fowls among the Nigerians and other tribes. The Krus, Intas, Dahomians, Ibis, Egaras, and the literal inhabitants of Cameroons, Boni, Calabar, Fernando Po, all mark the season of planting their yams and grain by a religious ritual, and a festive meeting of all the tribe. With the exception of the Ashantis, and perhaps the Ibis and Egaras, the ceremony is untainted by human blood, the offerings being goats, sheep, and white fowls, portions of which, after being roasted, are laid together with palm wine as oblations before the idols. This done, they continue the entertainment for several days. 850 What is here inferential becomes quite explicit in the religious folklore of the Malays, whose wizards invoke the ancestor spirits to inform them in a dream what sacrifices are required at a given juncture, whereafter, whatever sacrifice is asked for must of course be given, with the exception of a human sacrifice, which, as it is expressly stated, may be compounded by the sacrifice of a fowl. 851 And there are several reasons for supposing that the rite is Eastern and not African in origin. A special reason is its connection, as noted by Sir H. Johnston, with a reverence for the moon. As he and other writers also note, worship of the heavenly bodies is very uncommon among the African tribes. As a rule the West African apparently pays no attention to the sun, moon, and stars, though not uncommonly his principal deity is the general controller of the firmament, a Jupiter or sky god in fact. 852, I have never encountered, says Sir Harry, a race of purely Negro blood that took much interest in the stars. 853 and again, I have never yet encountered a purely Negro race that attributed divinity to the sun. 854 Now, the Hebrew and other Semitic records go to show that sun worship and moon worship evolved together among the Semites, and the inference from the data before us is that it was from Semitic contacts that some of the Negro races in antiquity acquired those cults, and the correlative sacrifice of the white fowl. Other traces of the connection we find among the ancient Greeks. At Medhana in Trozen Pausania saw two men tear a white cock in halves 855 and run round the vines in opposite directions, each carrying a half. When they met they buried the parts together. The purpose was to avert the evil wind called lips, which dried up the young shoots of the vines. 856 The Mathanian cock, says Miss Harrison, is a typical thing slaughtered. It is carried round for purification. It is really of the order of pharmacose ceremonies rather than a sacrifice proper. For we should expect the cock to be black, but on the principle of sympathetic magic it is in this case white. The normal sacrifice to a wind was a black animal. Winds were underworld gods, 857, but they were certainly sacrificed to, and it has been argued that the sacrifice of Iphigenia was, in the words of Aeschylus, a sacrifice to stay the winds. 858 In any case, the word is always used of human victims and of such animals as were in use as surrogates. The term is applied to all the famous maiden sacrifices of mythology as Polyxena is slain on the tomb of Achilles. 859 So that we come back once more to the white cock as a substitute for a human victim, and as the winds were either gods or genii, it was strictly a sacrifice. Again, among the Dravidian Garcias of Mirzapur, the most degraded of the Dravidian tribes, after a man's death his son sacrifices a white fowl as the recipient of his father's spirit, or otherwise as placating him. 860 And a white cock is a common sacrifice to the sun god among other tribes of the same race. 861 On that view, the surrogate cock sacrifice is probably ancient among the Semites. 862 And the late continuance of human sacrifice was with the Hebrews as with other races a result of the pressures of perturbing calamity on the one hand, and a ritual survival on the other. On any view, it is not to be supposed that in the age of sacrificial worship the dispersed Jews, craving for its usages, would abstain from other private rituals of a sacrificial and Eucharistic kind. It is a rabbinical doctrine that, so long as the temple existed the altar made atonement for Israel, but now it is a man's table that makes atonement for him. 863 Table is interpreted to mean hospitality, an unplausible gloss. It would certainly be understood by most Jews of the sacrificial age to mean individual rites of a quasi-sacrificial kind, and the principle would hold for exiled Jews before the fall of the temple. By reviving such mysteries, those of the dispersion could in a measure compensate themselves for their exclusion from the Orthodox sacrifices, which were a monopoly of the Holy City. And when we find the later Christists practicing rites closely analogous to those of pagan deities such as Mithra and Dionysos, we cannot well doubt that Jews in the large eastern cities would be at times inclined to resort to mysteries of sacrament sacrifice for which they had a precedent in their own traditions. The story of the Carabbas episode at Alexandria, in fact, is an item of positive evidence not yet matched by any in regard to Jerusalem, unless it be the story to the effect that Antiochus Epiphanes found in the temple at Jerusalem a Greek captive who was to be sacrificed and sacramentally eaten. 864 In view of all the clues, notably that of the rabbinical saying as to the lawfulness of slaying a pagan rustic on the Day of Atonement, 865 we cannot pronounce that story incredible, and the retort of Josephus, that one victim could not supply a meal to the multitude of worshippers, is at once disposed of by the principle that sin offerings were too holy to be eaten except by the priests. 866 Nor can we quite confidently reject the theorem of Gileni, that there was an element of actual ritual cannibalism in the Paschal meal of the Jews in the pre-exilic period, though the proof is incomplete. 867 It suffices, however, to note that when revived rites of sacrament were seen to flourish among the dispersion, there would be a tendency at Jerusalem to recognize them for economic reasons. The more we study the history of Judaism, the more clearly we realize that it was never immune from change, never long a triumphant fixed cult realizing the ideal of its sacred books. Even in the immediate sphere of the temple itself, then, revived or innovating rites could make their way. Such an acceptance would require only one condition, that the innovating rites were professedly Yahwistic. In the exilic period there had been many resorts to unclean sacraments, such as the mystical eating of dogs, mice, and swine, 868 men desperately seeking help from alien rites when their own God had wholly failed to help them, and our ableist Hebraist, while noting that the causes which produced a resuscitation of obsolete mysteries among the Jews were at work at the same period among all the northern Semites, decides that the rites in question mark the first appearance in Semitic history of the tendency to found religious societies on voluntary association and mystic initiation, instead of natural kinship and nationality. 869. Whatever may have been the origins, it suffices that the alleged first appearance was not the last. However the tendency may have been held in check at Jerusalem, it cannot have been equally repressed among the dispersed Jews, who saw all around them attractive mystical cults emanating from their own Semitic kindred, and who had in their own sacred books pretexts enough for clean sacraments in honor of Yahweh. For in all the Orthodox sacrifices, it is to be remembered, an eating and drinking with the deity, a sitting at his table as his guest, even as one would sit at a great banquet, was the essential notion, the ideal for the laity as well as the priesthood. 870. It would be strange indeed if the dispersed myriads wholly renounced such an experience. The law permitted at the Temple of Jerusalem private as well as public sacrifices of all kinds, and in the case of the peace, or thank offerings, only the fat was burned on the altar, while the flesh was used by the owner of the sacrifice himself as material for a jocund sacrificial feast. 871. And, as was only natural, it was the numerous private offerings of so many different kinds that constituted the bulk of the sacrifices. Their number was in fact so vast as to be well nigh inconceivable. 872. That is to say, the private proclivity to sacrifice was the predominant religious factor. At a time, then, when movements of dissent and innovation and even of anti-clericalism, 873, were being set up by a variety of forces, new and old, it is not to be supposed that the multitudes of Jews distributed through the Hellenistic world submitted passively to a monopoly which deprived them of most of the normal sensations of religion. The obscurest side of the problem, perhaps, is that of the weekly Eucharist, that holy supper of bread and wine, which in the later Jesuit cult we find in such close connection with the sacrifice of the god, but in the earlier form of the teaching of the 12 apostles, does not appear to be so connected. Yet the very phenomenon of the teaching points to what we have other reasons for surmising, a weekly rite of old standing among the Jews of the dispersion. The Passover came but once a year, and any act of real or simulated human sacrifice would be no more frequent. Would the dispersed Jews then forego all such weekly rites as occurred among the Gentiles? If normally they abstained from drink offerings of blood, presented to other gods, 874, had they no permissible libation? That there was a weekly Eucharist among the Mithraists is practically certain. The fathers who mention the Mithraic bread and wine or bread and water sacrament never speak of it as less frequent than the Christian. 875. And the Pauline allusion to the table of daemons, with its cup, implies that that was as habitual as the Christian rite. 876, which was certainly solemnized weekly in the early church. And that this weekly rite, again, is not originally Mithraic, but one of the ancient Asiatic usages which could reach the Jews either by way of Babylon or before the captivity, is to be inferred from the fact that the Brahmanic Upavasata, the fast day previous to the sacrament of the Soma, occurred 4 times in each lunar month, 877, and was thus closely analogous to the Sabbath, which was originally a lunar feast. 878. As the Soma feast was connected with the worship of the moon, it would be a supper on the night of the day before Moon Day, that is, on the night of the Sunday, which was clearly Lord's Day, long before the Christian era. That the Sumerians or Akkadians, who had the 7-day week, were the source of the weekly bread and wine supper for both the Hindus and the Persians, seems the natural hypothesis. 879. 12. The Eucharist in Orthodox Judaism. That there were both orthodox and heterodox forms of a quasi-Mithraic bread and wine ritual among the Jews is to be gathered even from the sacred books. In the legend of the Exodus, Aaron and the elders of Israel eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before God. 880, that is, 12 elders and the anointed one or Christus eat a bread sacrament with a presumptive ancient deity, Moses himself being such. And wine would not be wanting. In the so-called Song of Moses, which repudiates a hostile god, their rock in which they trusted, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices, and drank the wine of their drink offering, Yahweh also is called our rock, and in an obscure passage his wine seems to be extolled. 881 Even if the rock in such allusions were originally the actual tombstone or altar on which sacrifices were laid and libations poured, there would be no difficulty about making it into a god with whom the worshipper ate and drank. 882 And such an adaptation was as natural for Semites as for Aryans. But there are clearer clues. Of the legend of Melchizedek, who gave to Abraham a sacramental meal of bread and wine, and who was king of peace, and priest of El Elyon, 883 we know that it was a subject of both canonical 884 and extra-canonical tradition. He was fabled to have been, without father, without mother, without genealogy, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like unto the Son of God, 885 as the name meant King of Righteousness, and El Elyon was a Phoenician deity. The legend that Abraham paid him tithes tells simply of one more extra-Yahwistic cult among the Israelites, and the description cited must originally have applied to the Most High God himself. Self-made was a title of the sun gods, 886 and King of Righteousness a title of many gods, not to mention Hammurabi and Buddha, as well as of Yahweh and Jesus. 887 It is vain to ask whether the bread and wine ritual was connected directly with the solar worship, 888 or with that of a king of peace who stood for the moon, or both moon and sun, but it suffices that an extra-Israelitish myth connected with such a ritual was cherished among the dispersed Jews of the Hellenistic period. And the use made of the story of Melchizedek by Justin Martyr 889 and Tertullian 890 as proving that a man could be a priest of the true God without being circumcised or observing the Jewish law, would certainly be made of it by earlier Jews of the more cosmopolitan sort. Further, the denunciations of the prophets against the drink offerings to other gods did not veto a Eucharist eaten and drunk in the name of Yahweh. Those denunciations to start with are a proof of the commonness of Eucharists among the Jews about the exilic period. Jeremiah tells of a usage, especially popular with women, of incense burnings and drink offerings to the Queen of Heaven. 891 This, as a nocturnal rite, would be a holy supper. And in the last chapters of the Deutero-Isaiah 892 we have first a combined charge of child sacrifice and of unlawful drink offerings against the polytheistic Israelites, and again a denunciation of those who prepared a table for Gad, fortune, and that fill up mingled wine unto many. 893 Now, many, translated, destiny, is in all likelihood simply meant the Asiatic moon god, who is virtually identified with Selene Mean the moon goddess in the Orphic hymns, and like her was held to be Twy sext. 894 In that case many is only another aspect of the Queen of Heaven. 895 The wine Eucharist being, as before remarked, a lunar rite. Whether or not this Deus Lunus was then, as later, identified with Mithra, we cannot divine. It suffices that the sacrament in question was extremely widespread. 896 The allusion to the mingled wine apparently implies an objection such as we know existed in Greece to any dilution of the wine devoted to the wine god. There the practice was to keep unmixed the cup to the good deity, Agathos Daimon, Dionysos, 897 but to mix with water that which was drunk to Zeus the Saviour, he being the rain-giver. 898 In the worship of Yahweh, whether or not he were originally a variant of Dionysos, 899 the priests would naturally stipulate for a drink offering of unmixed wine, since in all likelihood they themselves consumed it, 900 though there is a suggestion in the code that it sweetened the burnt offering. 901 In Philo Judaeus there is a passage which notably combines the idea of the virtue of unmixed wine with that of its mystical connection with human sacrifice, who then is the chief butler of God. The priest who offers libations to him, the truly great high priest who, having received a draught of everlasting graces, offers himself in return, pouring in an entire libation of unmixed wine. 902 Here, as so often elsewhere in Philo, the conception of sacrifice has become mystical, but his identification of the sacrifice with the Logos, which pours a portion of blood, for the purposes of the bodily life, 903 and his comparison of the celestial food of the soul to manna, which the Logos divides in equal portions among all who are to use it, caring greatly for equality. 904 tells of a more concrete interpretation of texts among the more normally religious. On the other hand, as Yahweh like Zeus was the rain-giver, and good sense vetoed much drinking of the strong unmixed wine, there was no solid reason why in the Hebrew cult also the wine should not be diluted, and in the Talmud we find the act in a measure prescribed. 905 The practice of the Ebionites and the early Christians 906 being thus anticipated. In any case, we find the drink offering of wine expressly connected in one, apparently interpolated, section of the priestly code 907 with the Passover feast of firstfruits and the firstling lamb, and here it is stipulated that no bread shall be eaten till the oblation has been made. Thus both as an orthodoxy and as a heresy a holy supper of bread and wine in connection with a symbolic sacrifice of a firstling lamb was known among the pre-Christian Israelites. What bearing, finally, the practice may have had on the use of the sacred showbread of the temple remains problematic, but that the showbread stood for some quasi-sacramental meal is the only explanation we have of it. 908 Concerning the 12 cakes or loaves of fine flour which were placed every Sabbath day upon the holy table before the Lord, the code prescribed that, it shall be for Aaron and his sons, and they shall eat it in a holy place, for it is most holy unto him of the offerings of the Lord. 909 A sacrament is implied in the description. And when we remember that the oxen sacrificed at the temple of Yahweh wore crowns and had their horns gilt 910 exactly like those sacrificed by the pagans, 911 we are entitled to doubt whether the temple priests did not in most other respects conform to common pagan practice. 912 Priestly sacramental banquets of flesh and cakes we know to have been usual in Rome. 913 Even on Judaic principles, however, the priests were likely to make of their sacred loaves, or a few of them, for they were large, a banquet for 12. 914 According to Maimonides, the daily sacrifice required 13 priests for its performance. 915 And on the principle that the bread and wine constituted a sacrifice, the presiding priest and 12 others would be the fit consumers. We know further that there was a dispute between the school of Shammai and that of Hillel as to the meal on the Sabbath eve, wherein wine was drunk, the Shemaites holding that a blessing should first be asked on the day, the Hillelites putting first the wine, which consecrated the day. 916 If, then, the loaves and the wine were eaten on the evening following the Sabbath, it would represent a pre-Christian bread and wine Eucharist or holy supper of 13 priestly persons on the day of the sun. In this, as in all sacraments, the God mystically joined, and if the high priest presided there was in his person a Christus or anointed one. 917 Now, we know, 1. That the high priest officiated on the Sabbaths. 918, 2. That the retiring course of priests received 6 of the loaves and the incoming one the other 6. 919 and 3. That they were eaten stale, each Sabbath supply being consumed on the next Sabbath. 920 Here then was an apparent necessity for an eating of the sacred bread by the priests in the company of the high priest, as representing Aaron, and inasmuch as wine was forbidden to all during their period of service. 921 There is an implication that they were free to drink it when the service was over. 922, that is, on the Sabbath day, after the high priest had officiated. 923 Of course the number may not have been 12, it may have been 24, the number of the courses of the priests 924 and of the heavenly band of elders in the Judeo-Christian Apocalypse, 925 and the bread may have been eaten not with wine but with water. Either way, at least, there was a sacrament very much on the later Christian lines, and this suffices for our theory, which does not require that we should find in the very temple a close Judaic precedent for the Christian weekly supper of bread and wine. Indeed, there is a presumption that it originated, as before suggested, outside of the immediate sphere of the temple priesthood. But the fact that there was a certain precedent in the priestly practice would be a point in favor of an outside rite which might conceivably be specialized among the 12 apostles of the high priest, whose official function is the real basis of the myth of the 12 apostles of Jesus. 926 Even this hypothesis, in turn, is not essential to our theory of sacramental evolution. It suffices that beyond all question there were many Gentile precedents for the Eucharist, and that its connection with the Lord's Day 927 was quite independent of the myth of the Lord's resurrection on the first day of the week, the rite being so fixed in both its solar and its lunar connection, which was implicit in the cults of Dionysos and Mithra, both of them two-formed, and both combining the attributes of sun and moon. 928 And as the myth of the sacrifice of the God-man as king, and the kindred sacrament of the Lamb-God, were derived through Judaic channels, there is a presumption that the habitual rites of the first Christists came in the same way. On that view it remains to trace further the Judaic evolution. 13. Special features of the crucifixion myth. Of the evolution of the Jewish religion between the closing of the Hebrew canon and the rise of Jesuism we know, broadly, that it consisted in 1. The establishment of the doctrine of a future life, in despite of its complete absence from the Mosaic law. 2. The development of the belief in a Messiah who should either restore the temporal power of Jewry or bring in a new religious world. 3. The growth of the idea of an only begotten Son of God, otherwise the Word, who is alternately the nation. of Israel and a God who represents it, 929, and 4. The growth of independent sects or movements, such as that of the Essenes. Of the historical circumstances we know more. They included, as we have seen, recurrent paganization of portions of the priesthood, an interlude of absolute pagan domination, and finally, after a period of triumph for the traditional faith, the advent of an Idumean dynasty, far from zealous for Orthodox Judaism. During centuries of this evolution, the Jewish people tasted many times the bitterness of despair, the profound doubt denounced by the last of the prophets, and in periods in which many went openly over to Hellenism, it could not be but that ancient rites of the Semitic race were revived, as some are declared to have been in earlier times of trouble. Among the rites of expiation and propitiation, as we have seen, none stood traditionally higher than the sacrifice of a king or a king's son, and such an act the Jews saw as it were performed for them when the Romans under Antony, at Herod's wish, scourged, crucified, lit, bound to a stake, and beheaded Antigonus, the last of the Asmonean priest-kings, in the year 37 BC, 930, in a reign in which 2 kings' sons were slain by their own father. The idea would not disappear, but in so far as it held its ground as a religious doctrine, it would in all likelihood do so by being reduced to ritual form, like the leading worships of the surrounding Gentile world. In the case of nearly every god who mythically died and rose again, as Osiris, Dionysos, Attis, Adonis, and Mithra, the creed of the god's power to give immortal life was maintained by a ritual sacrament, generally developed into a mystery drama. Such a mystery drama, however, would be at bottom a perpetuation of the latest form of the primitive rite as it had been publicly performed, and as we have seen in the gospel myth, the clear trace of the ancient usage of disabling or drugging the victim to make him seem a willing sufferer, so we may infer from it that the latest public form of the human sacrifice in some Syrian communities was the sacrificing of 3 criminals together. Of a sacrifice of this special number, the explanation may very well be the great and then growing vogue of the number 3 in Eastern mysticism. Among the Dravidians of India we have seen 3 victims sacrificed to the sun god. In the legendary sacrifice of Saul's sons there figured the sacred and planetary number 7, which appears also in the special restoration feast of the Hervey and other South Sea Islanders, 931. In the legendary sacrifice of the kings by Joshua we have the older planetary number 5, and in Western as in Eastern Asia the number 3 might naturally have its votaries, in respect of Trinitarian concepts as well as of the primary notion of the heavens, the earth, and the underworld, with their respective gods. 932. There is even a hint of such possible developments in the single sacrifice of the cons to the earth goddess, wherein the victim was kept for 3 days bound to a post which was often placed between 2 shrubs, before being finally sacrificed at a post around which were usually set up for larger posts. 933. But there is an explanation lying in the nature and purpose of the sacrifice, which was probably the determining cause of the detail in the Syrian rite. The tradition, we have seen, called for a king or a king's son, but a victim of royal blood was normally out of the question, and whether by consent of latitudinarian kings or high priests, or by way of simple popular license, the natural evolution would be that which took place in a similar connection elsewhere, the sacrificing of condemned criminals in the capacity of kings or kings' firstborn sons. But, as has been already remarked, though this substitution was quite acceptable to the average mind, there was something repugnant to the higher doctrine of sacrifice in the selection of a criminal, who was morally the analogue of the blemished animal, rejected by nearly all sacrificial rituals. How then could the compulsion of such a choice be best reconciled with the purpose and spirit of the rite? By a device framed in the spirit of sympathetic magic, which was in fact the spirit of all such rites. The sacrificers could by their ritual of mock crowning and robing distinguish one of the malefactors from his fellows, and by calling the others what they were, while he was paraded as king, they would attain the semblance of a truly august sacrifice. If in any Jewish community, or in the Jewish quarter of any eastern city, the central figure in this rite were customarily called Jesus Barabbas, Jesus the Son of the Father, whether or not in virtue of an old cultus of a god Jesus who had died annually like Attis and Tammuz, we should have the basis for the tradition so long preserved in many MSS. Of the first gospel, and at the same time a basis for the whole gospel myth of the crucifixion. And when we remember how the common attitude towards criminals permitted the strange survival of human sacrifice in the Thargelia at Athens, we can hardly doubt that Eastern cities could on the same pretext be as conservative of ancient usage. That such a victim should be at times chosen and freed in advance, and permitted a measure of sexual license as well as a semblance of royal state, is quite conceivable. The usage of a year's dedication or respite seems to have been general in connection with such sacrifices, alike among Asiatics, Greeks, Polynesians, Mexicans, and American Aborigines. We have seen it among Strabo's Albanians, and there are clear traces of it among the Arabs just before the time of Muhammad. 934 At an early stage of civilization, indulgence to a victim so situated would on many grounds be a matter of course. As we saw, indeed, Japan could secure annual victims who throughout their year of duty seem to have practiced rigid abstinence, as the non-sacrificed official does today, but in general such altruism must have been hard to secure. In the triennial sacrifice of a beautiful girl at Boni to the sea god, the victim had her every wish fulfilled, and everything she touched became her property. 935 And among the Native Americans a captive slain to appease the spirit of a slain man of the tribe had given to him the wives or sisters of the dead man, with whom he was allowed to live for a time. Then came a sacrificial banquet, after which he was put in durance and at length ritually slain. 936 And eaten. 937 Perhaps the most suggestive instance of all is that of the Asvamedha 938 or horse sacrifice among the ancient Hindus. 939 Concerning this the doctrine runs that kings who received from a Brahmin a certain special anointing and made the sacrifice of the horse, were thereby enabled to attain boundless conquests. 940 With regard to the horse so sacrificed, it was stipulated in the ritual that during an entire year beforehand it must be left free to wander at its will, carefully protected the while by guards set to the task. 941 As this horse is further clearly identified with the sun. 942 There can be little doubt that it was a substitute or equivalent for a more ancient human sacrifice to the sun god, and was on that account regarded as of overwhelming efficacy. 943 Until the present century, among the Aryan Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, a sacrifice of a horse was reckoned to have abnormal virtue, one being, occasionally, not more than once in many years, sacrificed at a certain sacred pit near the temple of Imra at the sacred village of Kstigagrom, in Presungal. 944 So deeply fixed was the idea that among the Bataks of Sumatra, who were for a time influenced by the Hindus, the white horse is still a special offering to the higher god or gods, though it is now as a rule devoted without being slain. In the latter case it remains permanently holy and inviolable. 945 And among the Siberian Yakuts, who latterly are recorded to have consecrated a stallion every year, the animal, though not sacrificed, henceforth does no more work. 946 The horse, we may note in passing, may have been in this case a totem animal. Among the Negroes of Nigeria at the present day, however, not only the bullock specially set apart for sacrifice to the governing god, but cattle in general, including sheep and goats, are treated as if sacred, and the males are eaten only at religious ceremonials. 947 The totemistic hypothesis, therefore, is not necessary to the argument, the divinity of the victim as such being clear in any case. And sacredness in animals is not restricted to victims. In southern India, in some parts of Gunjam, large numbers of Brini bulls are treated as sacred, and castes which do not copy them in giving sacred burial to a bull often set free sacred cows or calves. Among the Adivi or forest golas, again, the people of every house in the village let loose a sheep, to wander whither it will, as a sort of perpetual scapegoat, and among the Badagas a skate calf is let loose at every funeral, to bear the sins of the deceased. Henceforth it is free, like the animals otherwise, sacred. 948 We are now prepared to understand that the freedom permitted to the Babylonian mock king before the Sakia originated, not, as has been suggested, 949 by way of making the mock king commit the act of technical high treason, entering the harem, but as a result of the contingent divinity of the victim in the primitive cult. The formal trial of a victim may be otherwise explained, as a primitive process of degrading a discredited priest-king. 950 In the case of the Khonds, who had no harlots 951 and few concubines, intercourse on the part of a destined male victim with either the wives or the daughters of the inhabitants was welcomed as a high boon. 952 Though he often had allotted to him a victim wife, and the same idea seems to have underlain the treatment of the doomed godman in ancient Mexico. 953 A study of these cases will suggest that in a primitive tribal state, when annual voluntary victims were otherwise hard to get, men may very well have been got to accept the role on condition of a year's quasi-regal license. Savages notoriously set present pleasure far before future pain in their thought. And out of such a religious kingship may have separately arisen both the function of the priest-king as seen in Greece and Rome, and the phenomenon of the mock king of the Sakia. On this view, the improbability of the annual slaying of the acting king, urged by Mr. Lang 954 against Drive Fraser, does not arise, while the theory fundamentally stands. What is certain is that no principle of indulgence could have been accepted in the Christian legend, arising as it did in a cultus of asceticism. But in the character of the Messiah as one who associated with publicans and sinners, in his association with women, and in the obstinate legend which, apart from the text, made Mary Magdalene, a visibly mythical character 955, figure as a former harlot, we may have another such survival as has been surmised to underlie the tradition of Jesus Barabbas, and the common belief of the early church that the ministry of Jesus lasted for only 1 year 956 may have a similar basis in the old usage. Further, as Dr. Fraser has suggested, the story of the triumphal entry into Jerusalem may preserve a tradition of a mock royal procession for the destined victim. Even the legend of the riding on 2 asses, which, as has been elsewhere shown, 957 preserves an ancient zodiacal symbol, and at the same time a myth concerning Dionysos, might have anciently figured in the procession of a god victim of the Dionysiac type. As the zodiacal symbol stands for the autumn equinox, and the crucifixion is placed at the spring equinox, these details would be chronologically separate, but Tammuz, like Dionysos, seems to have had 2 feasts, 958, and in any case the legend was free to include different ritual episodes. Finally, the explanation of the ascription of the title of Nazarite to Jesus, a perplexing detail which led the redactors to frame the myth of his birth at Nazareth 959, may be that the Jewish victim, like the Khond, wore his hair unshorn. It would be natural that he should, the institution of the Nazir, a word which means dedicated, being an inheritance from the ancient times of common human sacrifice, and being associated with the myth of Samson, in which the shorn sun god is as it were sacrificed to himself. We have now followed our historic clues far enough to warrant a constructive theory. Indeed, it frames itself when we colligate our main data. As thus, 1. In the slaying of the Cronian victim at Rhodes we have an ancient Semitic 960 human sacrifice maintained into the historic period, by the expedient of taking as annual victim a criminal already condemned to death. 2. In Semitic mythology, Cronos, whom the Phoenicians call Israel, sacrifices his son Iod, the only, after putting upon him royal robes. 3. The feast of Cronos is the Saturnalia, in which elsewhere a mock king plays a prominent part, and as Cronos was among the Semites identified with Moloch equals king, 961 the victim would be ostensibly either a king or a king's son. A trial and degradation were likely accessories. 4. Supposing the victim in the Rhodian Saturnalia to figure as Iod, he would be ipso facto Barabbas, the son of the father, and in the terms of the case he was a condemned criminal. At the same time, in terms of the myth, he would figure in royal robes. 5. In any case, the myth being Semitic, it is morally certain that among the many cases of human sacrifice in the Greco-Semitic world the Rhodian rite was not unique. And as the name, Iod, besides signifying, the only, was virtually identical with the Greek and Hebrew names for Judah, son of Israel, and Jew, Yehuda, Judeos, it was extremely likely, among the Jews of the dispersion, to be regarded as having special application to their race, which in their sacred books actually figured as the only begotten Son of the Father God, and as having undergone special suffering. 6. That the Rhodian rite, Semitic in origin, was at some point specially coincident with Jewish conceptions of sacrifice, is proved by the detail of leading the prisoner outside the city gates. This is expressly laid down in the Epistle to the Hebrews, 962, as a ritual condition of the sacrificial death of Jesus. The case, of course, is not staked on any assumption that the Rhodian rite was the exact historical antecedent of the Jesuit rite as preserved in the Gospels. That the Jews had much traffic with Rhodes may be gathered from Josephus's account of Herod's relations with the place, 963, but we are not committed to the view that the Jews had any hand in the Rhodian sacrifice ritual, or that the Gospel myth followed that. So far as the records go, the coincidence is incomplete, since, 1. The Rhodian Saturnalia was a June or July festival, and thus disparate from the Passover, and, 2. There is no hint of a triple execution. But it suffices, firstly, that we have here a clear case of a variant from a type to which the Christian crucifixion ritual belongs, and, secondly, that the Rhodian rite further points to the decisive development which we have yet to trace in the case of the Gospel story. For Porphyry incidentally mentions that the Rhodian sacrifice, after having subsisted long, had latterly been modified. As to the precise nature of the modification we have no further knowledge, but we are entitled to conclude that it was either a simple rite of mock sacrifice or a mystery drama. Both stages, indeed, would be natural, the step to the latter being dependent on the connection of the rite with a Eucharist. But the essential point is that in this case, the memory of which is preserved, like so many items in our knowledge of ancient life, by an incidental sentence in a treatise to which the subject was barely relevant, we have exactly the kind of transition from actual human sacrifice to a conventional rite of mock sacrifice which our theory implies. And seeing that the actual sacrifice was once normal in the Semitic world, there can be little doubt that the cases and modes of modification were many. Meantime, the bearing of such a development on our total problem is obvious. We have traced on the one hand a Semitic and probably Israelitish tradition of an annually, or periodically, sacrificed victim, Jesus the Son of the Father, and seen reason to surmise the contact of dispersed Jews with such a rite in Hellenistic Eastern towns. On the other hand, we have traced a Jewish bread and wine Eucharist, which we find emerging in documentary knowledge in the pre-Christian Eucharist of the teaching of the 12 Apostles, with the name of Jesus attached to a strictly Judaic personage of quasi-divine status, not said to be crucified or otherwise sacrificed. Of these forms of doctrine and rite there took place a fusion, forming the historic Christian cultus. Of such a fusion, the most likely and most intelligible means would be the mystery drama, whose existence has now to be demonstrated. But first we have to note certain historic possibilities on which the fusion might partly depend. Section 14. Possible historical elements. One concrete feature in the crucifixion myth remains to be accounted for, the scourging. Mr. Lang presses this feature of the Sakia as an argument against the view that the victim died as representing a god. 964 In reality, the assumption that sacrificed victims were never scourged is no better founded than the assertion that they were never hanged. The human victims in several Asiatic Greek rites were whipped before being sacrificed. 965 Scourging, besides, actually took the place of human sacrifice, by tradition, in certain Greek cults, the scourging, which at times was fatal, being accepted as a sacrificial act. 966 The deity specially connected with such acts of scourging was Artemis, concerning the Asiatic savageries of whose cultus we have the disgusted testimony of Plutarch, 967 and it is noteworthy that the Rhodian victim had been slain near the temple of Aristobula 968, a name of Artemis, 969 who is thus in late as in early times connected with human sacrifice. 970 It is therefore not unlikely that, when the Rhodian rite was modified, scourging was substituted as a means of obtaining at least the sacrifice of blood, and when the rite reached the stage of a mystery drama, that detail would naturally be preserved. It is to be remembered, however, that the original principle of such scourging may be independent of any act of substitution. It is partly indicated in the Con doctrine in connection with the rite of slow burning, that the more tears the victim shed the more abundant would be the rain. Here indeed there is a plain conflict between two sacrificial principles, that of the symbolism of the victim's acts and that of his willingness. But both principles are known to have existed, some of the Cons and the Aztecs attaching importance to the tears shed by the victims, while the Carthaginians sought to drown the cries of their children, and the mothers were forbidden to weep. 971 In the case of the original human sacrifice on the Jewish Day of Atonement, as we have seen, there was a ritual act of weeping, and perhaps one of scourging, and we have no ground for doubting that scourging could take place. But there was a ritual need for blood as well as tears. It is noted that in the human sacrifices of Polynesia the victims were rarely much mutilated, but were always made to bleed much, 972 and a perfect obsession of blood pervades the whole Judaic religion, down to the end of the New Testament. In the hanging unto the Lord of the sons of Saul, indeed, there was ostensibly no bloodshed, but Joshua is declared to have smitten the 5 kings before he hanged them. The sin offering, too, was one of blood, and a blood sacrifice was the normal one in all nations. 973 Scourging would yield the blood without making the victim incapable of enduring the hanging or crucifixion, and in the Gospel record that the doomed God sweated as it were drops of blood 974 we may have a further concession to the idea. Finally, there is the possibility that, as in the case of the victims in the Asiatic Thargelia and other festivals, who were ceremonially whipped before being put to death, the scourging belonged to the conception of the scapegoat, who thus as well as by banishment bore the people's sins. 975 In these various ways, then we can comprehend the gradual evolution of a ritual with which could be associated on the one hand a belief in a national deliverer, and on the other hand a general doctrine of salvation and immortality. The idea of the resurrection of the slain god is extremely ancient. We have it in the myths of Osiris and of the descent of Ishtar into Hades to rescue Tammuz, and in the Syro-Greek form of the cult, the resurrection of Adonis was a chief feature of the great annual ritual. So with the other cults already mentioned. From the god, the concept of resurrection was extended to the worshippers, this long before the Christian era. It needed only that the doctrines of divine sacrifice, resurrection, and salvation, temporal or eternal, should be thus blended in a mystery ritual with the institution of a Eucharist or Holy Sacrament, to constitute the foundation of the religion of Jesus the Christ as we have it in the Gospels. That a mystery drama actually existed, and was the basis of the Gospel narrative, will be shown in the next section. But in passing it may be well to note that certain features of the crucifixion myth, though fairly explicable on the lines above sketched, may be due to contemporary analogies from other rites or from actual occurrences. The posture of the victim in the traditional crucifix, which we shall see some reason for ascribing to a ritual in which the worshipper embraces a cross, may on the other hand derive from the Perso-Scythian usage of slaying a messenger to the god, flaying him, and stuffing his skin with the arms outstretched. 976 This sacrifice, indeed, has obvious analogies to that of the ambassador in the old Jewish rite above traced, and in both cases the idea of the cross form may derive from the fact that in the gesture language and picture writing of savages, which are probably primeval, that is the recognized attitude and symbol of the ambassador or go-between. 977 Or the cross form may connect with some other principle involved in the Semitic representation of the sun god with arms outstretched, 978 which probably underlies the myth of the outstretching of the arms of Moses. 979 On the whole, seeing that the Phoenician symbol of a figure with outstretched arms is found to derive historically from the Egyptian crux ansata, 980 which was certainly an emblem of salvation, 981 we are entitled to conclude that from time immemorial the posture of the cross had had a religious significance, partly of expiation, partly of beneficence, and that this general significance surrounded the Christian myth. Yet again, the repetition of the offer of a drink to the victim, or the mention of gall in that connection, might be motived by the example of the mysteries of Demeter, in which there figured a drink of gall. 982 Whatever were the original meaning of that detail, it might be added to that of a narcotic used as above explained. It has been elsewhere shown, too, that such a detail as the crown of thorns might conceivably stand for the nimbus of the sun god, or for the crown placed upon the heads of sacrificial victims in general, 983 or for the crown which was worn by human victims in such a sacrificial procession as is to be inferred from Herodotus' story of Heracles in Egypt, or for the actual crowns of thorns which were in vogue for religious purposes in the district of Abydos, or for some other ritual practice, which is sought to be explained by the myth of the mock crown of Heracles. 984 No limit can well be set to the possibility of such analogies from pagan religious practice. Actual or alleged history, too, may have given rise to some details in a mystery ritual such as we are considering. In the Gospel story as it now stands, though not as an original and dramatic detail in it, we find one remarkable coincidence with a passage in Josephus. The historian tells 985 that during the Passover feast, while Jerusalem was being besieged, the eastern gate of the inner sanctuary, which was of brass and very solid, which in the evening was with difficulty shut by 20 men, and which was supported by iron-bound bars and posts reaching far down, let into the floor of solid stone, was seen about the 6th hour of the night to have opened of its own accord, and that this was felt by the wise to be an omen of ruin. In the Synoptics it is told that after the robbers taunted Jesus, from the 6th hour darkness was over the land till the 9th hour, whereupon Jesus uttered his cry of Eli, Eli, and immediately afterwards, having again cried with a loud voice, gave up his spirit. And lo, the veil of the temple was rent in two from top to bottom. The 3 hours of darkness, it would appear, are alleged in order to give time for the Passover meal, by way of assimilating the synoptic account to the Johann 9. In the second Gospel, in an apparently interpolated passage, Jesus is crucified at the 3rd hour. In the 4th, it was preparation of the Passover. It was about the 6th hour, when Jesus is sent to be crucified, and on that view his death would be consummated when the Passover sacrament was, the Gospel, however, giving no further details. The space of silent suffering in the Synoptics, from the 6th hour to the 9th, makes the stories finally correspond as to the hours, though not as to the day. In the third Gospel, however, the reading is confused by the placing of the sentence, "And the sun was darkened, and the veil of the temple was rent in the midst," after the mention of the 3 hours darkness and before the Lord's death. Thus, while the actual time of the veil rending is lost in the vague, the passage can be read as saying that the veil was rent when the darkness began, at the 6th hour. In any case, whether or not the darkness of 3 hours is a late modification of the synoptic text, on which view the death may be held to have been originally placed at the 6th hour, and the rending of the temple veil at the same moment, the story in Josephus is extremely likely to have been the motive of the veil-rending myth in the Gospels. It actually did lead to the insertion of a gloss in an early text, perhaps originally Syriac, of the third Gospel, where the stone placed at the mouth of the Lord's tomb is alleged to be such that 20 men could hardly roll it away, and in the existing Old Syriac texts, significantly enough, it is the front of the gate of the sanctuary or temple that is rent in the Gospel story, not the veil. 986 And the parallel does not end here. The story of the rising of the saints, so awkwardly interpolated in the first Gospel and in that only, is no less clearly an adaptation of the story of Josephus, in the same passage, to the effect that at the feast of Pentecost the priests when serving by night in the inner temple felt a quaking, and heard a great noise, and then a sound as of a multitude saying, "Let us remove hence." The whole series of portents in Josephus, as it happens, winds up with the story of Jesus the son of Ananias, who had so long, with a loud voice, cried, "Woe to Jerusalem," and at last was slain by a stone from an engine, crying, "Woe to myself also," as he gave up the ghost. In view of such a remarkable suggestion to the early Jesuists, it seems unnecessary even to ask whether the myth of the veil-rending may be a variant popularly current at the same time with those given by Josephus. In all likelihood the interpolators of the Greek Gospel modified both episodes in order either to escape contradiction or to make them more suitable symbolically. 987 That they were interpolated after the transcription of the Mysteroplay we shall see when we consider that as such, but for the present we have to recognize that if the transcribed narrative could be thus influenced, the play itself might be. The scourging and crucifixion of Antigonus, again, must have made a profound impression on the Jews, 988 And it is a historic fact that the similar slaying of the last of the Incas was kept in memory for the Peruvians by a drama annually acted. 989 It may be that the superscription, "This is the King of the Jews," and even the detail of scourging, 990 came proximately from the story of Antigonus, though on the other hand it is not unlikely that Antony should have executed Antigonus on the lines of the sacrifice of the mock king. But it is noteworthy that where the existing mysterodrama, which was doubtless a Gentile development from a much simpler form, introduces historical characters, it does so on the clear lines of sacrificial principle set forth in the ritual of the cons, where already the symbol of the cross is prominent in the fashion of slaying the victim. Though the Gentile hostility to the Jews 991 would dictate the special implication of the Jewish priests and people, and of King Herod as in the third Gospel, the total effect is to make it clear that the guilt of the sacrifice rests on no one official, but is finally taken by the whole people upon them. Even the quotation put in the mouth of the dying God-man, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" 992 has the effect of implying that he had hitherto suffered voluntarily. Thus does the ritual which was to grow into a world religion preserve in its consummated quasi-historical form the primeval principle that one man should die for the people, by the people's will, and, as we have seen, not even in extending the benefit of the sacrifice to all mankind, does the great historic religion outgo the religious psychology of the ancient Dravidians. When this is realized it will be seen to be unnecessary to suppose that any abnormal personality had arisen to give the cult its form or impetus. In view, however, of the story fortuitously preserved in the Talmud, that one Jesus ben Pandira was stoned and hanged on a tree at Lydda on the eve of the Passover in the reign of Alexander Jannaeus about 100 B.C. 993 we are not entitled to say that a real act of sacerdotal vengeance did not enter into the making of the movement. The evidence is obscure, and the personality of the hanged Jesus, who is said to have been a sorcerer and a false teacher, becomes elusive and quasi-mythical even in the Talmud, but even such evidence gives better ground for a historical assumption than the supernaturalist narrative of the Gospels. 994 In any case, there is no reason to ascribe any special doctrinal teaching whatever to Jesus ben Pandira. He remains but a name, with a mention of his death by hanging on a tree, quasi-sacrifice, at the time of the sacrificial rite which had anciently been one of manslaying and child-slaying. Leaving the case on that side undetermined, we turn to a problem which admits of solution. 15. the Gospel Mysteroplay. It is not disputed that one of the most marked features of the popular religions of antiquity, in Greece, Egypt, and Greek-speaking Asia, was the dramatic representation of the central episodes in the stories of the suffering and dying gods and goddesses. Herodotus has been charged with pretending to knowledge that he did not possess, but there is no reason to doubt his assertion 995 that on the artificial circular lake at Sais the Egyptians were wont to give by night, presumably once a year, representations of the sufferings of a certain one whom he will not name, which representations they called mysteries. The certain one in question we know must have been the god Osiris, 996, and that the sufferings and death of Osiris were dramatically represented, modern Egyptology has freshly established from hieroglyphic documents. 997 we know, too, from the concluding rubric of the Lamentations of Isis and Nephthys for Osiris that those goddesses were personated in the ritual by two beautiful women. 998 in the worships of Adonis and of Attis there was certainly a dramatic representation of the dead god by effigy, and of his resurrection. 999 and in the mysteries of Mithra, as given among the Greeks, there appears to have been included a representation of the burial of a stone effigy of the god, in a rock tomb, and of his resurrection. 1000 so, in the great cult of Dionysos, with whose worship were connected the beginnings of tragedy among the Greeks, there was a symbolic representation of the dismemberment of the young god by the Titans, this being part of the sacrament of his body and blood. 1001 and in the special centers of the worship of Heracles, or at least at one of them, Tarsus, there was annually erected in his worship a funeral pyre, on which his effigy, but sometimes a man, was burned. 1002 the same motive is worked out in the Trachiniae of Sophocles. Among the Greeks, again, a dramatic representation of the myth of the loss of Persephone, the mourning of her mother Demeter, and her restoration, was the central attraction in the Eleusinian mysteries, and the return of Persephone was separately dramatized. 1003 of all those mysteries the mythological explanation is doubtless the same. They mostly originated in primitive sacrificial rituals to represent the annual death of vegetation, and to charm it into returning, and in the cult of Mithra, who, like Heracles, is specifically a sun god, there may have been an adaptation from the rites of the vegetation gods. In the later stages the magic which had been supposed to revive vegetation is applied to securing the life of the initiate in the next world. We are not here concerned, however, with the origin of the usage. For our purpose it suffices us to know that such rites were rites of salvation, and that they were the most popular in ancient religion. 1004 as Christism first became popular by the development or adaptation of myths and ritual usages like those of the popular pagan systems, notably the birth myth, the Holy Supper, and the resurrection, it might be expected that it should imitate paganism in the matter of dramatic mysteries. The mere supper ritual, indeed, is itself dramatic, the celebrant personating the god as Attis was personated by his priest, 1005 and in the remarkable expression in the Pauline epistle to the Galatians, 3:1, before whose eyes Jesus Christ was openly set forth crucified, we have probably a record of an early fashion of imaging the crucifixion. 1006 in the same document, 6:17, is the phrase, I bear in my body the marks of the Lord Jesus, and various other expressions in the epistles, describing the devotee as mystically crucified and as having become one with the crucified Lord, suggest that in the early stages of the cult it dramatically adopted the apparently dramatic teaching of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, wherein the saved and osirified soul declares, I clasped the sycamore tree, I myself am joined unto the sycamore tree, and its arms are opened unto me graciously. 1007 and again, I have become a divine being by the side of the birth chamber of Osiris, I am brought forth with him, I renew my youth. 1008 in the 5th century, we know, mysteroplays were performed either in or in connection with the churches. 1009 and the identity between the birth story and several pagan dramatic rituals is too close to be missed. 1010 but apart from the parallels above indicated the dramatic origination of the story of the Christ's supper, passion, betrayal, trial, and crucifixion, as it now stands, has yet to be established. The proof, however, I submit, lies, and has always lain, before men's eyes in the actual gospel narrative. It is the prepossessions set up by age-long belief that have prevented alike believers and unbelievers from seeing as much. Let the reader carefully peruse the story of the series of episodes as they are given in their least sophisticated form, in the Gospels of Matthew and Mark. From Matthew 5:17 or 20, it will be noted, the narrative is simply a presentment of a dramatic action and dialogue, and the events are huddled one upon another exactly as happens in all drama that is not framed with a special concern for plausibility. In many plays of Shakespeare, notably in Measure for Measure, 10:11, there occurs such a compression of incidents in time, the reason being precisely the nature of drama, which, whether or not it holds theoretically by the unities, must for practical reasons minimize change of scene and develop action rapidly. Even in the Hedda Gabler of Ibsen, the chief master of modern drama, this exigency of the conditions leads the dramatist in the last act to the startling step of making the friends of the suicide sit down to prepare his manuscripts for the press within a few minutes of his death. To realize fully the theatrical character of the gospel story, it is necessary to keep in view this characteristic compression of the action in time, as well as the purely dramatic content. The point is not merely that the compression of events proves the narrative to be pure fiction, but that they are compressed for a reason, the reason being that they are presented in a drama. As the story stands, Jesus partakes with his disciples of the Passover, an evening meal, and after a very brief dialogue they sing a hymn, and proceed in the darkness to the Mount of Olives. Not a word is said of what happened or was said on the way, the scene is simply changed to the Mount, and there begin a new dialogue and action. A slight change of scene, again effected with no hint of any talk on the way, is made to Gethsemane, and here the scanty details as to the separation from his disciples, and the going apart with the three, indicate with a brevity obviously dramatic the arrangement by which Judas, who was thus far with the party, would on the stage be enabled to withdraw. Had the story been first composed for writing, such an episode would necessarily have been described, and something would naturally have been said of the talk on the way from the supper chamber to the Mount. What we are reading is the bare transcript of a primitive play, in which the writer has not here attempted to insert more than has been shown on the scene. In the Passion scene, this dramatic origination of the action is again twice emphasized. Thrice over Jesus prays while his disciples sleep. There is thus no one present or awake to record his words, an incongruity which could not well have entered into a narrative originally composed for reading, where it would have been a gratuitous invention, but which in the stage would not be a difficulty at all, since there the prayer would be heard and accepted by the audience, like a soliloquy in an inartistic modern play. No less striking is the revelation made in verses 45 and 46, where in two successive sentences, with no pause between, Jesus tells the sleeping three to sleep on and to arise. What has happened is either a slight disarrangement of the dialogue or the omission of an exit and an entrance. Verse 44 runs, and he left them again, and went away, and prayed a third time, saying again the same words. If verse 45, from the second clause onwards, were inserted before verse 44, where, as the text stands, Jesus says nothing, and verse 46 introduced with, and saith unto them, immediately after the first clause of verse 45, the incongruity would be removed. Only in transcription from a dramatic text could it have arisen. Then, without the slightest account of what he had been doing in the interim, Judas enters the scene exactly as he would on the stage, with his multitude, while he, Jesus, yet spake. With an impossible continuity, the action goes on through the night, a thing quite unnecessary in any save a dramatic fiction, where unity of time, that is, the limitation of the action within 24 hours, or little more, as prescribed by Aristotle 1012, was for the ancients a ruling principle. Jesus is taken in the darkness to the house of the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were gathered together. The disciples meanwhile had left him and fled, and not a word is said as to what they did in the interim, though any account of the episode, in the terms of the tradition concerning them, must have come through them. But it is needless to insist on the absolutely unhistorical character of a narrative which makes the whole judicial process take place in the middle of the night, a time when, as Renan notes, an eastern city is as if dead. The point is that the invention is of a kind obviously conditioned by a dramatic purpose. In the dead of night the authorities proceed to hunt up false witnesses throughout Jerusalem, because the witnesses must be produced in the trial scene as closely as possible on that of the capture, and the process goes on till two give the requisite testimony. Then Jesus is questioned, condemned, buffeted, and, presumably, led away, and Peter, remaining on the scene, denies his Lord and is convicted of treason by the crowing of the cock. Of what happens to the doomed God-man in this interval there is not a hint, though it is just here that a non-dramatic narrative would naturally follow him most closely. Morning has thus come, and, when morning was come, the priests and elders, who thus have had no rest, take counsel afresh to put Jesus to death, and lead him away, bound, to Pilate. But this evidently happens off the scene, since we have the interlude in which Judas brings back his 30 pieces of silver, is repudiated by the priests, and goes away to hang himself. The story of the potter's field is obviously a later writer's interpolation in the narrative. An original narrator, telling a story in a natural way, would have given details about Judas. The interpolator characteristically wants to explain that, then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet. As usual, not a word is said of the details of the transit from place to place. The scene simply changes all at once to the presence of the governor, and here, with not a single touch of description such as an original narrator might naturally give, we plunge straight into dialogue. Always we are witnessing drama, of which the spectators needed no description, and of which the subsequent transcriber reproduces simply the action and the words, save in so far as he is absolutely forced to insert a brief explanation of the Barabbas episode. The rest of the trial scene, and the scene of the mock crowning and robing, are strictly dramatic, giving nothing but words and action. In the account of the trial before Herod, which is found only in Luke, the method of narration is significantly different, being descriptive and non-dramatic, as the work of an amplifying later narrator would naturally be. The words of Herod are not given, and the interpolation was doubtless the work of a late Gentile, bent on making Jewish and not Roman soldiers guilty of mocking the Lord. 1013 in the first two Gospels, even the episode of the laying hold of Simon of Cyrene, to make him bear the cross, might have been introduced at this point on the stage, without involving the attempt, impossible in drama, to present the procession to the place of crucifixion. Of that procession Matthew and Mark offer no description, they simply adhere to the drama, leaving to the later narrative of Luke the embellishment of the mourning crowd of daughters of Jerusalem, and the speech of Jesus to them on the way. Even Luke, however, offers no description of the march, and even his added episode might have been brought into a dramatic action, either at the close of the crowning scene or at the beginning of that of the crucifixion. Here, as before, the action is strictly dramatic, save for the episode of the scriptural explanation of the casting of lots, which may or may not have been a late addition to the action. No word is said of the aspect of Jesus, a point on which an original narrator, if writing to be read, or telling of what he had seen, would almost certainly have said something. In a drama, of course, no such details were needed. The suffering God-man was there on the stage, seen by all the spectators. The same account holds good of all the remaining scenes in the Gospel story, with a few exceptions. The 3 hours of darkness and silence could not be enacted, though there might be a shorter interval, and the rending of the temple veil, which could not take place on the scene, is to be presumed a late addition to the transcribed narrative, but a machinery of commotion may very well have been employed, and the wild story of the opening of the graves of the saints may actually derive from such a performance, though the absurdity of the 53rd verse is wholly documentary. Such a story would naturally be dropped from later Gospels because of its sheer extravagance, but such a scruple would not affect the early dramatists. Even the episode of the appeal of the priests and Pharisees to Pilate to keep a guard on the tomb, though it might be a later interpolation, could quite well have been a dramatic scene, as it presents the Jews, gathered together unto Pilate, saying. The resurrection scene, like that of the crucifixion, is wholly staged. The two Maries, who sat before the sepulchre when Joseph closed it, appear again late on the Sabbath day, having presumably been driven away by the guard before. Nothing is said of what has gone on among the disciples, nothing of the communion of the mourning women. The whole narrative is rigidly limited to the strictly consecutive dramatic action, as it would be represented on the stage. Even the final appearance in Galilee is set forth in the same fashion, and the Gospel even as it stands ends abruptly with the words of the risen Lord. When the Mysteroplay was first transcribed, it may have ended at Max 5:10, verses 11 to 15 having strong marks of late addition. But it may quite well have included verses 16 to 20, with the obvious exception of the clause about the Trinity, which is certainly late. In any case, it ended on a speech. Why should such a document so end, if it were the work of a narrator setting down what he knew or had heard? Why should he not round off his narrative in the normal manner? The higher criticism has recognized that the story of the betrayal and the rest do not belong to the earlier matter of the Gospels. The analysis of the school of Bernard Weiss, as presented by Mr. A. J. Jolly, 1014 makes the primitive Gospel end with the scene of the anointing. I hold that scene to have been also dramatic, and to have been first framed as a prologue to the Mysteroplay, 1015, but the essential point is that all that portion which I have above treated as the Mysteroplay is an addition to a previously existing document. Not that the play, in some form, was not older than the document, but that its transcription is later. And this theory gives the explanation as to the abruptness of the conclusion. Where the play ended, the narrative ends. Only in the later third gospel do we find the close, and some other episodes, such as the Herod trial and the account of Joseph of Arimathea, treated in the narrative spirit, in the manner, that is, of a narrative framed for reading. In Luke's conclusion there is still a certain scenic suggestion, but it is a distant imitation of the concrete theatricality of the earlier version. Description is freely interspersed, speeches are freely lengthened, and the story is rounded off as an adaptive writer would naturally treat it. In the earlier Gospels such a treatment has not been ventured on. There are but a few doctrinary and explanatory interpolations, the descriptive element is kept nearly at the possible minimum, the scenic action is adhered to even where interpolated description would clearly be appropriate for narrative purposes. The transcriber even stumbles over his text to the extent of joining two speeches which should have an entrance and an exit between them, and when the last scene ends the Gospel ends. The transcriber has been able to add to the previous Gospel the matter of the mysteroplay, and there he loyally stops. His work has been done in good faith, up to his lights, and he does not presume to speak of matters of which he knows nothing. Later doctrinaires, with a dogma to support, might tamper with the document, he sticks to his copy. Doubtless the addition was made by Gentile hands. In the play the apostles are unfavorably presented, and the episode of the treason of Peter is probably a Gentile invention made to discredit the Judaizing party, who held by a Petrine tradition, though on the other hand the gospel text about the rock is presumably a late invention in the interest of the Roman See. In this connection there arises the question whether the specifically dramatic Acts of Pilate, as contained in the non-canonical Gospel of Nicodemus, may not likewise represent an original drama. Broadly speaking, it seems to do so, and it may conceivably proceed upon a dramatic text independently of the synoptics. On the ground, not of its dramatic form but of the occasional relative brevity and the general consistency of its narrative, it has even been argued 1016 that its matter is earlier than the version of the story in any of the Gospels. With that problem we are not here concerned, but it is relevant to note that the dramatic action of the non-canonical Gospel is not earlier but later than that preserved in the canonical. In the Acts of Pilate, the trial scene is composed by reducing to drama a whole series of episodes from the previous Gospel history, the various persons miraculously cured by Jesus coming forward to give evidence on his behalf. Even the story of the water-wine miracle is embodied from the fourth Gospel. This expansion is manifestly a late device, and has the effect of making the already impossible trial scene newly extravagant. And while the trial in the Acts is in passages more strictly dramatic than in the Gospel, those very passages tell of redaction, not of priority. Thus Pilate is made to utter in his address the explanation concerning the usage of releasing a prisoner, and volunteers allusion to Barabbas, where the Gospel gives those details by way of narrative. It is clear that in the natural and original form of such a drama Pilate would not so speak, the speech is a sophistication. Whether or not, then, the Acts proceeded on a separate dramatic text, it does not preserve an earlier version. That it does not give the absurd detail about the risen saints visiting the holy city after the resurrection is merely a fresh proof that the first Gospel is at that point interpolated. The mere fact that the Acts gives names to personages who are without names in the canonical Gospels, as the two thieves and the soldier who pierced the Lord's side, tells of lateness. What the document does signify is the apparent extension of the mysteroplay beyond the limits of that embodied in the first Gospel, and under the same pressure of Gentile motive, the whole effect of the extension being to throw a greater guilt of perversity on the Jews and to put Pilate in a favorable light. That the play in the Acts came from a source to which the Syrian sacrificial tradition was alien is further suggested by the fact that it places the act of mock crowning at Golgotha, not in the praetorium, and that for the scarlet robe it substitutes a linen cloth, while a formal sentence of scourging is passed by Pilate. Finally, the resurrection does not happen upon the scene, but is related by the mouths of the Roman soldiers, as if the dramatist or compiler were bent on producing new and stronger evidence in proof of the event. On any view, however, the dramatic form of the Acts serves to strengthen the presumption that dramatic representations of the death of Jesus were early current, and thus to support the foregoing interpretation of the Gospel story. That interpretation, it is submitted, fits the whole case, and at once explains what otherwise is inexplicable, the peculiar character of what is clearly an unhistorical narrative. Assume the story to be either a tradition reduced to writing long after the event, or the work of a deliberate inventor desirous of giving some detail to a story of which he had received the barest mention. Either way, why should that impossible huddling of the action, that crowding of the betrayal and the trial into one night, have been resorted to? It does not help the story as a narrative for reading, it makes it, on the contrary, so improbable that only the habitude of reverence can prevent anyone from seeing its untruth. The solution is instant and decisive when we realize that what we are reading is the bare transcription of a mystery play, framed on the principle of unity of time. As has been remarked, it is not to be supposed that the play as it stands in the Gospel is primordial, rather it is a piece of technical though unliterary elaboration, albeit older than the play in the Acts of Pilate, for if we divide it by its scenes or places we have the classic 5 acts: first, the supper; second, the agony and betrayal, both occurring on the mount; third, the trial at the high priest's house; fourth, the trial before Pilate; fifth, the crucifixion. If we suppose this to have been one continuous play, the resurrection may have been a separate action, with 5 scenes: the removal of the body by Joseph, the burial, the placing of the guard of soldiers, the coming of the women and the address of the angel, and the appearance of the risen Lord. But similarly the early action may have been divided: the anointing scene, the visit of Judas to the priests, the visit of the disciples to the certain man, in whose house the supper was to be eaten, all these may have been dramatically presented in the first instance. The scene of the Transfiguration, too, has every appearance of having been a dramatic representation in the manner of the pagan mysteries. But the theory of the dramatic origin of the coherent yet impossible story of the supper, agony, betrayal, the 2 trials, and the crucifixion, does not depend on any decisive apportionment of the scenes. It is borne out at every point by every detail of the structure of the story as we have it in transcription, and when this is once recognized, our conception of the manner of the origin of the Gospels is at this point at least placed on a new, we might say a scientific, basis. 16. The mystery play and the cultus. In all probability the performance of the mystery play was suspended in the churches 1017 when it was reduced to narrative form as part of the Gospel. The suspension may have occurred either during a time of local persecution or by the deliberate decision of the churches, in the 2nd century. But such a deliberate decision is likely to have been taken when the cult, having broken away from Judaism, was also concerned to break away from the paganism in contact with which the play would first arise. How far away from Jerusalem that may have been we can hardly divine. Greek drama certainly came much closer to Jewish life than has been recognized in the histories. Not only were theaters built by Herod, as Josephus testifies, at Damascus and Jericho, 1018, but ruins of 2 theaters exist at Gadara, 1019, described by Josephus as a Greek town, 1020, and known to have produced a number of notable Hellenistic writers. 1021, but the presumption from what we know of Christian origins is that the cult developed rather in the larger than in the smaller Hellenistic cities, and it would need a fairly strong group to produce such a mystery play. It may indeed never have been performed in full save at important centers, such as Antioch or Alexandria, and when once the cult was at all widely established such a state of things would be inexpedient on many grounds. The reduction of the play to narrative form put all the churches on a level, and would remove a stumbling block from the way of the ascetic Christists who objected to all dramatic shows as such. But the manner of the transcription happily preserves for us the knowledge of the fact that it was such a show to begin with. And if we suppose it to have grown up in a Gentile environment, say in Alexandria, on the nucleus of the Eucharist, after the model of an actual sacrifice in which a Jesus Barabbas was annually offered up, we shall be so far within the warrant of the evidence. Whether the official stoning and hanging of an actual Jesus on a charge of sorcery and blasphemy in the days of Alexander Jannaeus had served as a fresh point of departure, is a question that cannot at present be decided. All that is clear is that the Gospel story is unhistorical. The placing of the action of the mystery play in Jerusalem would be the natural course for Gentiles who were seeking to counteract the Judaizing party in a cult which founded on a slain Jewish Jesus, since the more clearly Jerusalem and Jewry were saddled with what had come to be regarded as an act of historic guilt, the clearer would be the grounds for a breach with Judaism. To locate the first performance of the play in its present shape is beyond the possibilities of the case as the evidence stands. The detail of the 2 Maries suggests Egypt, where the cult of Osiris had just such a scene of quasi-maternal mourning, and the Egyptian ideas in the Apocalypse, such as those of the lake of fire and the second death, 1022, further point to Alexandrian sources for early Jesuism, but the Eucharist and burial and resurrection are apparently Mithraistic, as are various details in the Apocalypse. 1023 and the Osirian ritual, like the Mithraic, would be known in many lands. We can but say that the death ritual of the Christian creed is framed in a pagan environment, and that, like the myth of the virgin birth, 1024 it embodies some of the most widespread ideas of pagan religion. In strict truth, the two aspects in which the historic Christ is typically presented to his worshippers, those of his infancy and his death, are typically pagan. But indeed there is not a conception associated with the Christ that is not common to some or all of the Saviour cults of antiquity. The title of Saviour, latterly confined to him, was in Judaism given to Yahweh, 1025, and among the Greeks to Zeus, 1026 to Helios, 1027 to Artemis, 1028 to Dionysos, 1029 to Heracles, 1030 to the Dioscuri, 1031 to Cybele, 1032 to Aesculapius, 1033, and it is the essential conception of the god Osiris. So, too, Osiris taketh away sin, and is judge of the dead, and of the last judgment, and Dionysos, also lord of the underworld, and primarily a god of feasting, the Son of Man cometh eating and drinking, comes to be conceived as the soul of the world, and as the inspirer of chastity and self-purification. From the mysteries of Dionysos and Isis comes the proclamation of the easy yoke, and the Christ not only works the Dionysiac miracle, 1034, but calls himself the true vine, 1035. Like the Christ, and like Adonis and Attis, Osiris and Dionysos suffer and die to rise again, and to become one with them is the mystical passion of their worshippers. All alike in their mysteries give immortality, and from Mithraism the Christ takes the symbolic keys of heaven and hell, 1036, even as he assumes the function of the virgin-born Mithrisaotiant, the destroyer of the evil one. 1037 Like Mithra, Merodach, 1038 and the Egyptian Khonsu, he is the Med. 1039 Iata, like Khonsu, Horus, and Merodach, he is one of a trinity. 1040 Like Horus, he is grouped with a divine mother, like Khonsu, he is joined with the Logos. 1041 and like Merodach, he is associated with a Holy Spirit, one of whose symbols is fire. 1042 In fundamentals, in short, Christism is but paganism reshaped, it is only the economic and the doctrinal evolution of the system, the first determined by Jewish practice and Roman environment, 1043, and the second by Greek thought, 1044, that constitute new phenomena in religious history. 17. Further pagan adaptations. One likely result of the non-performance of the Mysteroplay as such would be a modification of the sacramental meal. When the crucifixion was represented in sequel to the supreme annual Eucharist, the bread and wine of the weekly supper were somewhat definitely presented as symbols, whereas the merely priestly representation of the god by the ministrant in the simple Eucharist would emphasize the declaration, "This is my body." As to what may have ritually occurred in this connection either shortly before or after the period of the Mysteroplay we can but speculate, as aforesaid, but we have seen that the ritual eating of a lamb did take place in the post-Pauline period, as in the mysteries of Mithra and Dionysos, and there is reason to infer that for similar reasons there was long and commonly practiced among Christists the usage of eating a baked image of a child at the Easter Communion. 1045 That is the only satisfactory explanation of the constant pagan charge against the Christians of eating an actual child, a charge met by the Fathers in terms which convey that there was something to conceal. 1046 As it was made and repelled long after the Gospels were current with the Mysteroplay added, there would be no reason for the attitude of mystery unless the ritual included some symbolism not described in the books. Given that this symbol was bread shaped in a human form, Christism was exactly duplicating one of the practices of the man-sacrificing Mexicans, who at the time of the Spanish conquest employed such a symbol in some of their sacraments alongside of still surviving rites of man-eating and constant human sacrifice. 1047 When, however, the Christian cult was officially established, there needed no such primary symbolism to secure for the habitual sacrament the reverence of the faithful. The general belief that the sacred bread became the flesh of the god, and as such had miraculous virtue, could be maintained on the strength of the bare priestly blessing, and though the consecrated wafer is itself copied from pagan practice, 1048 it is finally a symbol of a symbol. For the same reason the Church was able to put down a tendency which can be traced in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, and even later, to set up a new sacramental symbol for the Christ, to wit, the fish. 1049 This peculiar symbolism was superficially traced to the fact that the Greek word, fish, is got from the initial letters of the phrase, Jesus Christ, God's Son, Savior. But such a solution is incredible. the anagram is framed after the symbol, not before it, and the true explanation must be that whereas the divine lamb had long been identified with the zodiacal sign Aries, into which the sun enters at the vernal equinox, the time of the crucifixion, the precession of the equinoxes had for some time made the sun's zodiacal place at that season not the constellation Aries, but the constellation Pisces. 1050 either for the same reason, or in virtue of the simpler myth according to which the sun was a fish who every evening plunged in the sea, Horus had long been the fish in Egypt, and in some planisphys he was represented as fish-tailed, and holding a cross in his hand. It was he, and not Jesus, who figured for the Gnostics as the divine fish, 1051, and it was probably through the Gnostics that the symbol entered the Christian system. And though the Egyptian precedent was inconvenient, and the symbol recalled both the Philistine fish god Dagon and the Babylonian Oans, many Christists would be the more led to such a change of symbol because the lamb symbol was awkwardly common to both Judaism and Mithraism, and because in particular the phrase of the Judaistic apocalypse, washed in the blood of the lamb, pointed very inconveniently to the Mithraic rite of the Cryobolium, which with the Taurobolium was a highly popular pagan rite of purification. 1052 The catacomb banquet scenes in which fishes figure as the food 1053 are probably due to this motive, and the story of the sacred meal of fish in the fourth gospel was probably shaped in part under the same pressure, though the idea of a banquet of 7 was also Mithraic. 1054 A state church was able to dispense with such tactics, though it saw fit to discourage the use of the lamb symbol. That, nevertheless, survived with the equally pagan symbol of the Easter egg, which has no place in the sacred books, but was taken by the Gnostics from the law of the Orphicists. The bread symbol, finally attenuated to the wafer, served as the supreme or official sanctity. Yet in this remotely symbolical fashion the historical church has sedulously preserved the immemorial principle, common to paganism and Judaism, of a constantly repeated sacrifice, and by that doctrine the Church of Rome stands to this day, the Church of England leaning strongly towards it. 1055 Hierologically speaking, they are quite justified. The Eucharist is a sacrificial meal or nothing, and those who recoil from the sacrificial principle, if they would be equally consistent, have by rights but one course before them, that of relegating the Christian cultus to the status of those of paganism. But in the way of such a course there stands the age-long prepossession in favor of the gospel Jesus as a personality and as a teacher. In these his moral aspects, men think, he stands apart from the Christs, mythic or otherwise, of the Gentile world, and is worthy of a perpetual attention. In these aspects, then, finally, must the Christian God-man be comparatively studied. 18. Synopsis and conclusion, genealogy of human sacrifice and sacrament. Meantime it may be helpful to draw up a tentative genealogical scheme of the history of the sacrificial idea as we have sketched it up to Christianity, and further to reduce this to diagram form. We set out with the dim primeval life in which all victims, whether animal or human, are not strictly sacrificed but commonly eaten, the gods and the dead being held to share in the feast, as a feast. Dead relatives are similarly eaten, and parents filially slain and eaten, to preserve their qualities in the family or tribe. On such habits would follow the sacrifices of human beings at funerals, 1056 held by Mr. Spencer to be primordial forms of sacrifice proper. 1057 thence would differentiate, offerings to the gods. These would include burnt offerings, fruits, and libations, especially first fruits, and latterly incense, 1058 corn, and wine, and with them might correlate totem sacrifices, in which the victim might be eaten either as the god or as a mode of union with the god ancestor or totem species, and human sacrifices as such, normally of captives, which would be eaten along with the god as thank offering or as food for the slain dead, or as propitiatory or sin offerings, or as vegetation charms and life charms, or else buried in morsels as vegetation charms, or as sanctifying foundations of houses or villages. 1059 In virtue of the general functioning of the priest there would thus arise the general conception of priest-blessed ritual sacrifices, eaten as sacraments, including the quasi-totem sacrifice, in which the god eats himself, as animal or as symbol, in a sacramental communion with his worshippers, and human sacrifices, in which the victim, represented the god, or had a special efficacy as being a king or a king's son, or a firstborn or only son. In the case of goddesses, the sacrifice might be a virgin, and this concept would react on the conception of the god in an ascetic movement, making him either double-sexed or virtually sexless. For the sacrifice, nevertheless, the victim must latterly be as a rule a criminal. These various victims might or might not be eaten. There is thus evolved, 1. The general conception of a peculiarly efficacious Eucharist or sacramental meal in which is eaten, symbolically or otherwise, a sacrificed animal or human being, normally regarded as representing the god, though the god eats thereof. Latterly men often assume that the animal so sacrificed is thus treated as being an enemy of the god, where the nature of the animal admits of such an interpretation. Finally, after public human sacrifices are abolished or made difficult, there is found, 2. The practice of a mysterodrama, symbolical of the act of human sacrifice, in which the victim is sympathetically regarded as an unjustly slain god. Such practices competing successfully with the official or public rites and sacrifices, they in turn elicit a priesthood which raises them to official ritual form. Thus there arises d. The priest-administered Eucharist, of which the mean or norm is bread and wine equals body and blood, but which may retain the form of d. The symbolical animal, or a dough image thereof, or d. A baked image of the god-man or child. In virtue, however, of the symbolical principle, and of the priestly function, the thing eaten, though still called the host, equals hostia, victim, may be reduced to a single symbol, which stands for the living body, including its blood. Such is the communion in one kind, or consecrated wafer of the Catholic Church, repudiated by Protestants, who revert to the communion in two kinds, or bread and wine of the sacred books. The Catholic practice is practically on a par with some of the usages of the pre-Christian Mexicans, while the Protestant reverts to the Mithraic and Dionysiac usages which were imitated by the early Church. Thus is an appallingly long-drawn evolution summed up for the modern world in a symbol which to the uninstructed eye tells nothing of the dreadful truth, and presents a fable in its place. If to die as a human sacrifice for human beings be to deserve the highest human reverence, the true Christs of the world are to be numbered not by units, but by millions. Almost every land on this globe has during whole ages drunk their annually shed blood. According to one calculation, made in the last century, the annual death roll from human sacrifice and female infanticide in one section of British India alone was 1,500. 1060 taking the sacrifices at only a 15th of the total, noting further the calculation of Sir George Grey, which gives 4 millions of victims for New Zealand alone in 2,000 years, taking into account the known holocausts of modern Africa and Polynesia, 1061 and pre-Christian Mexico, 1062 and the universal practice of pre-Christian Europe, we are led to an estimate beside which every Christian reckoning of the army of martyrs becomes insignificant. We are forced to reckon by thousands of millions, the truth is too vast for realization. Tantum religio. Thus has the human race paid in death for its faith in immortality. Laugh as much as you please, wrote Dobrizhofer a century ago, at the sepulchral rites of the Abipans, you cannot deny them to be proof of their believing in the immortality of the soul, 1063 even so. And for rites at which madness itself could not laugh, we have the same explanation. Of these miserable victims of insane religion, the majority were innocent, even by the code that sacrificed them, and of the rest, in comparison with those who slew them, who shall now predicate guilt. Thus have nameless men and women done, many millions of times, what is credited to the fabulous Jesus of the Christian Gospels. They have verily laid down their lives for the sin of many, and while the imaginary sacrifice has been made the pretext of a historic religion during 2,000 years, the real sacrifices are uncommemorated save as infinitesimals in the records of anthropology. 20 literatures vociferously proclaim the myth, and rivers of tears have been shed at the recital of it, while the monstrous and inexpugnable truth draws at most a shudder from the student, when his conceptual knowledge becomes for him at moments a lightning flash of concrete vision through the awful vista of the human past. In a world which thus still distributes its sympathies, a rational judgment on the historic evolution is not to be looked for save among the few. Delusion as to the course of religious history must long follow in the wake of the delusion which made the history possible. 1064. Chapter 2. The Teaching God. 1. Primary and secondary ideas. Though the secondary gods are not always sacrificed, they are nearly always in some measure teachers, and here, of course, they are developed from earlier forms. A general conception of the god as teacher belongs to early religion, inasmuch as he is held to have given the moral laws which are associated with his cult, and where his worship is specially bound up with rites of agriculture, he is conceived as having taught men that and other arts. Among the Ngarrindjeri of South Australia, the supreme god Ngurunderi instituted all the rites and ceremonies which are practiced by the Aborigines, whether connected with life or death. On inquiring why they adhere to any custom, the reply is, because Ngurunderi commanded it. 1065 Among the ancient civilizations the same doctrine is common. Thus Oannes the fish god, identified with Ea, 1066 taught the Babylonians agriculture and the building of cities, writing, laws, cosmology, religion, the sciences, and the arts, including the measurement of lands, in a word, everything appertaining to civilization. 1067 And Shamash dictates the laws of Hammurabi. 1068 On a less comprehensive scale, in Egyptian myth, Thoth gave men language and names, the art of writing, and the rules of worship and sacrifice. 1069 Osiris taught the Egyptians the art of agriculture and gave them laws and guidance as to worship. 1070 Janus and Saturn did as much for the Italians. 1071 Huitzilopochtli no less for the Aztecs. 1072 And Apollo, though in one myth he has to learn divination from Pan. 1073 As he learns music from Hermes, in another gives laws to the Hyperboreans. 1074 And thereafter speaks oracles at Delphi for the Greeks, teaching them a more civilized way of life. 1075 Dionysos similarly had a teacher in Silenus, but himself taught men in particular the culture of the vine, and Demeter, who must needs introduce some of the arts of agriculture. 1076 is also a lawgiver. 1077 for both Greeks and Romans. 1078 Isis in turn divides with Osiris the honors of agriculture, she having shown men how to make use of wheat and barley, and she too gives men laws, and even leechcraft. 1079 The goddesses, indeed, are as commonly as the gods credited with introducing culture. Athene teaches all crafts. 1080 Cybele like Isis is a teacher of healing. 1081 And the Gallic Minerva, Belisama, was reputed the giver of arts and crafts. 1082 Similarly the Gallic Apollo, Granos or Mahon, was held to drive away disease. 1083 As also the Teutonic Odin. 1084 This idea of the gods as the givers of healing is indeed common to the whole Aryan race, and in the religion of India medicine was held to come immediately from them like the Veda itself. 1085 So in Hawaii there is found a tradition that, many generations back a man called Karimaku obtained all their medicinal herbs from the gods, who also taught him the use of them, that after his death he was deified, and a wooden image of him placed in the large temple at Kena, to which offerings of hogs, fish, and cocoa nuts were frequently presented. Two friends and disciples of Karimaku continued to practice the art after the death of their master, and were also deified after death. 1086 Elsewhere, again, from the gods the priests pretended to have received the knowledge of the healing art. 1087 While in Tahiti there was a god of physic and two of surgery, as well as the usual guild gods of the different avocations. 1088 In Samoa, yet again, the war god too was in time of peace a doctor. 1089 The universality of the idea is best realized when we turn to the gods of the more primitive peoples. We have seen how the Dravidian Khons ascribe to Bora and Tai the raising of men from savagery and ignorance to comfort by means of instruction, and to Bora a moralizing purpose as against the sacrificial cult. So, in the higher mythology of Peru, the sun sent Manco Capac and Mama Ocello to teach savage men true religion, morality, agriculture, arts, and sciences, while on another view Pachacamac, finding the first breed hopeless, turned them into tiger cats or apes, and made a new set, whom he taught arts and handicrafts. This idea of teaching or reformation pervades the whole cosmogony of the Imperial period. 1090 So with the gods of pre-Christian Mexico, the national deity of each tribe or nation is nearly always specified as the giver of its laws, and at times as the inventor of fire and clothing. 1091 And in at least one case he is the writer of the sacred books. 1092 Where this conception is not prominent in a primitive religion, the explanation appears to be that the enlightening power of the gods operates by way of inspiring the priests. Thus in the Tonga Islands, where there seems to have been little trace of a general culture myth, inspiration of the priest by his god was held to be common. 1093 And even the god Tangaloa, god of artificers and the arts, appropriately had for his priests only carpenters. 1094 When inspired, the priest as a matter of course spoke in the first person, as being the god for the time being. 1095 Similar inspiration, however, was held to come from the divine spirits of deceased nobles. 1096, and it is thus intelligible that the general development of this species of trance mediumship should keep in the background the thought of any special teaching god. With the growth of culture and literature and sacerdotalism, however, the notion of a god who inspires priests or oracles is developed into or superseded by that of a god who especially represents the principle of counsel or wisdom or revelation, and in the polytheistic systems we have accordingly such deities as the Assyrian Nabu or Nebo, 1097, the wise, the all-knowing, the wisdom of the gods, patron of writing and literature, and son and interpreter of Merodach, who in turn is the interpreter of the will of his father Ea, the earlier god of wisdom, the Indian Agni, in his secondary character of messenger or mouth of the gods, 1098, and the Egyptian Thoth, who, originally the moon god and therefore the measurer, becomes as such the representative of the principle of instruction and the writer of the sacred books. 1099, in this latter capacity he has an obvious advantage over Mat, the goddess of law and truth, and at once the daughter and the mother of Ra. 1100. Thus, while every Egyptian god proper is Neb-Mat, lord of law, Thoth is in particular the logos, reason, or word, and so becomes the sustainer of Osiris against his enemies. 1101. This latter conception is seen entering Greek mythology at three stages, first in the myth of 1. Hermes, who is logos in the sense of being either a moon god like Thoth 1102 or simply wind god and so the messenger of the gods, 1103. Later, in the ennobled worship of 2. Apollo and Athene, of whom the former is the mouth of Zeus and revealer of his counsel, hence the typical god of oracles, and the latter, grouped with her brother and father in a triad, 1104, is also her father's wisdom. 1105, and still later, in the period of developing theosophy, in the myth of 3. Metis, essentially the personified reason and intelligence of Zeus. 1106, in a more sophisticated form, the idea of the god as lawgiver is met within the myth of Zeus and Minos. 1107, the Cretan institutor, himself a purely mythical figure, like Moses, and, like him, presumably a deity of an earlier age. 1108, and again in the legend of King Numa and his Egeria. 1109, such myths may conceivably rise either as an inference from the ordinary phenomenon of the seer or sorcerer or priest who claims to have sought and to have been inspired by the god, or as the attempts of a late theosophy to remove anthropomorphism from the popular lore. On the latter view, they are paralleled by the attempts of the ephemerists to explain the teaching god as a myth set up by the fame of a human teacher. Thus Uranos is figured as a mortal who first gathered men in cities, gave them laws and agriculture, and taught them to observe the stars, the movements of the sun, and the division of months and the year, whence his final deification, 1110, and similarly Orpheus becomes Sacer Interpreticu Deorum, who deterred savage men from slaughters and foulness of life. 1111, and, either by way of spontaneous evolution or as a result of Semitic or other Eastern influence, we find among the Yorubas of Nigeria an oracle god and teaching god, Ife, who utters moral maxims, and figures alternately as a demigod who mastered and taught medicine, divination, and prophecy, and so was deified, and as the firstborn son of the Creator and the Mother Goddess, the Savior God being the second-born. 1112. 2. The Logos. All such doctrines, it is probable, were represented in the later, if not in the earlier, Babylonian religion, and the idea of the Logos is probably early in Mazdaism, 1113, but in any case it was from the outside that it was pressed upon Judaism, to the extent, as we have seen, of making a personality out of that word of God which originally came to the prophets in the sense that his spirit was held to have entered into them. The whole evolution is noticeably parallel to that of the principles of law and government in states, from the stage in which the king or chief is judge and as such, God, to that in which he is surrounded by graded orders of priests and counselors, jurists and administrators. The Logos is in a manner the heavenly Grand Vizier. It is impossible, however, to fix a date for the origin of the special dogma of the Logos. To take it as a Greek invention is to ignore the very problem of origins. An eminent Sanskritist assures us in one passage not only that the doctrine of the Logos is exclusively Aryan, but that, whoever uses such words as Logos, the word, monogenes, the only begotten, prototokos, the firstborn, Hyos tou theou, the Son of God, has borrowed the very germs of his religious thoughts from Greek philosophy. 1114, while in another passage he admits that the conceptions of the word as found in the Psalms 1115 and of the angel as found in the Pentateuch are purely Jewish, uninfluenced as yet by any Greek thought. 1116, other eminent Sanskritists, again, have shown that the river goddess Sarasvati is in the later Brahmanic mythology, identified with Vok, or Vak, equals speech, and becomes under different names the spouse of Brahma and the goddess of wisdom and eloquence, and is invoked as a muse, while in the Mahabharata she is called the mother of the Vedas. 11:17 Elsewhere the personified Vok enters into the rishis or sages as inspiration. 11:18 Again, when the Brahmarshis were performing austerities prior to the creation of the universe, a voice derived from Brahma entered into the ears of them all. The celestial Sarasvati was then produced from the heavens. 11:19 As among the Greeks and the Jews, so among the Hindus the doctrine of the sacred or creative word is various. In the Satapatha Brahmana, Prajapati, who is composed of 7 males, first of all things created the Veda, which became the foundation on which he created the waters from the world in the form of speech. Speech belonged to him. It was created. It pervaded all this. In the same document the cosmic egg is the primordial source, from it the Veda was first created, the triple essence. Hence men say, the Veda is the firstborn of this whole creation. They say of a learned man that he is like Agni, for the Veda is Agni's mouth. 11:20 The personified Vok, Sarasvati, river goddess and goddess of speech, is doubtless the later evolution. 11:21 Just as is the Greco-Jewish Sophia, but there can be no question that the conception of the Veda as the word, the first created thing or firstborn being, is fully present in the Brahmanas. In the Taittiriya Brahmana, Vok, speech, is an imperishable thing. The mother of the Vedas, and the center point of immortality, 11:22 being thus identified with Sarasvati as aforesaid, but this does not affect the dogma, set forth by Sankara, that, from the eternal word the world is produced. 11:23 Again, in the Satapatha Brahmana, speech is the Rig Veda, mind the Yajur Veda, breath the Sama Veda. 11:24 In the Taittiriya, it is true, the Veda is created after the Soma. 11:25 But such a variation, we shall see, occurs also in Jewish law. And among the Vedantists, finally, the word, Sabda, is God, Brahma. 11:26 As regards, again, the more philosophical side of the Logos doctrine, the conception of an all-pervading and primordial reason, Tao or Tao, we find it most explicitly and coherently set forth in China by Lao Tzu, with a doctrine of a unity and trinity of forms of existence. 11:27 In the 6th century before our era. 11:28 Are we then to suppose that such speculation originated with the Ionian Greeks, was passed on by them to the Jews, and by Jews or Greeks or both to the Persians, and thence to the Brahmins and the Chinese? Such a hypothesis is visibly unmanageable. The Pythagorean derivation of Plato's doctrine of the Logos is tolerably clear, and its connection with the planetary law of the 8 heavenly powers, as well as with the law of numbers and proportion. 11:29 tells of a source such as only the Chaldean or Egyptian schools of astrology and astronomy can be supposed to represent in the early Greek sphere. Babylonian religion contains the principle of the Logos in its most definite primary form, the doctrine of the divine name, which is the germ of the Platonic doctrine of ideas no less than of the Philonic and Johannine theology. We even find it in a form approximated to in the Pentateuch, where the name of Yahweh is, in the promised angel, leader. 11:30 and made familiar later by the Jewish Toldath Jeshu as well as by the modified Christian formula, the teaching, namely, that the mystic name of the supreme God is known to him alone, and is revealed by him solely to his Son, who has thus virtually all power in heaven and on earth. 11:31 This idea, which prevailed equally in Egypt and in Western Asia, is purely animistic. To pronounce a name is to call up and conjure the being who bears it. The name possesses personality. To name a thing is to create it. That is why creation is often represented as accomplished by the word. 11:32 Further, we know from Damascius, whose list of Babylonian god names is made good by the remains actually discovered in recent times, that Thoth, mother of the gods, first bore a son, Moemis, who was the intelligible world. 11:33 Here is the very formula of Philo. Of the god Nebo, too, who has so many attributes of the Logos, it is noted that his Akkadian prototype was once the universe itself. 11:34 A likely source of such an identification in his case. If then the Jews had the Logos idea before their contact with the Greeks and the Mazdeans. 11:35 The reasonable assumption is that they had it from a source from which the Mazdeans and Ionian Greeks could also have it, the Babylonian law, in which were accumulated the current fancies of thousands of years of Asiatic speculation, including that of the ancient civilization from which was derived that of the Chinese. And when we find the Brahmanic philosophy, like the Babylonian and Greek, making all things originate from a watery abyss, 1136, and again from the cosmic egg, 1137. We have at least cause to surmise that the Babylonian and Indian systems draw from one central source. It is true that the Indian law seems best to combine the ideas of origination through the word and through water, and that the word Sars means not only water but voice, whence Sarasvati equals not only the watery, but also the vocal, or the sounding. 1138. Here, too, we seem to be in touch with primitive thought, for among the, perhaps partly Semitized, Yorubas of Nigeria there seems to have been a primary conception of moving water as the source of sound and of wisdom. 1139. But while this is visibly more homogeneous than the late Hebrew evolution of a creative Sophia who equates with the creative logos without any adaptation to the primordial abyss of waters, or ocean stream, as in Homer, on which the spirit had creatively moved, on the other hand the relative lateness 1140 of the evolution of Vok and Sarasvati leaves open the presumption that a foreign influence has been at work. Agni, also, the fire god, is finally identified with the word. He too, in the Vedas, is the son of the water and messenger of the gods, 1141, and his worship connects visibly with the fire worship not only of the Mazdians but of the Babylonians, for whom also Jibal and Nusku, or Jibal Nusku, the fire gods are sons of the Creator, Jibal in particular being the firstborn of heaven, Anu, and the image of his father, while Ea, the water god, is the lord of life, and also the father of the fire god, who in turn is the messenger and counselor of the gods, clothed with their attributes. 1142. The blended characteristics of Sarasvati, finally, are found in the Babylonian goddess Sapanitum, who, as finally blended with Erua, the daughter of Ea, was at once Lady of the Deep, Voice of the Deep, and the possessor of knowledge concealed from men, attributes all deriving from the fact that wisdom and the life-giving principle were two ideas associated in the Babylonian mind with water. 1143. In these various nations, surely, we have the true germs, alike of the Hindu, the Heraclitean, and the Platonic concepts of the word or reason, of the conception of Hermes as logos and messenger of the gods, of Apollo as his father's wisdom, of the Hindu, of the Hebrew, and of the Greek formulas of firstborn, and only begotten, and so alike of the later Judaic and the Christian theosophy. The further research is carried into the affiliation of the cults and creeds of Asia Minor and Syria, the more clearly does it appear that all relate to the great central mass of theosophy accumulated in Babylonia, which was still a culture force in the earlier centuries of the Christian era. 1144. That system had inferably given to the Christian Gnostics their astrology and magic, their doctrine of the immortality of souls, not bodies, their Sophia, their conception of a savior, knowledge-giver, and mediator. 1145. It is sufficiently unlikely, then, that it had failed to evolve as did Brahmanism the concept of the logos. The rational presumption is that it gave that concept to Greek and Jew alike. But the Jewish evolution was apparently piecemeal. Different ideas and doctrines, such as that of Metis, Thoth, Thothkonsu, the combined logos, moon god, and sun god, 1146 Vohumeno, the good mind, combined with Mithra, 1147 and the Platonic logos, probably motived the separate evolution in Judaic literature of the personifications of Sophia or wisdom 1148, the good spirit 1149 and the later logos. In one book the logos leaps down from heaven out of the royal throne 1150 and, as a fierce man of war, wields the divine command as a destructive sword 1151. In another, Sophia is as distinctly personified, she came out of the Most High, but he created her, from the beginning before the world, and she alone encompassed the circuit of heaven 1152. The writer means to be metaphorical, but for the many the effect must be graphic. And this development took place and prepared for yet others, though Judaism was ostensibly bound to resist the multiplication of personalities thus set up, and was further predisposed to a male as against a female principle. In this respect, as in so many others, it exhibits its derivations from and affinities with savage thought, for among the Yorubas of Nigeria, in our own time, we find the primary conception, first, of the natural trinity of Father, Mother, and Son, with the general concept, behind that, of the Mother of all, who in time tends to be resolved into or superseded by a male, 1153 perhaps as a result of the supersession of the matriarchate. Some such progression seems to have taken place among the Hebrews. The original Holy Spirit, properly feminine, had in general been kept very much in the background, perhaps in fear of the old developments of goddess worship, in which the symbol of the dove, taken by the Christists as standing for chastity, had really represented sexuality and fecundity. 1154 But the mythopoeic faculty, in its new forms of verbalism and pseudo-philosophy, was stronger than dogma, and stronger than fear. Accordingly we have Philo, at the traditional beginning of the Christian era, accumulating round the logos the various aspects of the earlier word and Sophia, and fitfully adding to them those of divine sonship and messiahship, and even the creative function of demiurgos, thus at times reducing Yahweh to a somewhat remote abstraction. 3. Derivations of the Christian logos. It is significant of the difficulty of winning a hearing for an important new truth in hierology that, 100 years after the elaborate development of the Logos doctrine in Philo-Judaeus was fully demonstrated, the fact is no part of ordinary knowledge even among scholars, if they be not theologians. 1155 Bryant, who first among English writers made the complete demonstration, held that Philo derived his ideas from association with the Christians. That is obviously a delusion, 1156 But there can be no question about the actuality of the parallel between the Philonic and the Johannine and other Christian forms of the doctrine, and it may be that a list of Philo's dicta as drawn up by the unsuspecting Bryant 1157 will be more acceptable than one of those compiled by later scholars. Attributes of the logos in the writings of Philo-Judaeus. 1158 1. Son of God. De Agricultura, 12. De Confusion Linguarum, 14, De Profugis, 20. 2. Second Divinity. De Legum Allegoriarum, 2, 21, Frag. In Euseb. Prae, Evang, 8, 13. 3. First Begotten Son of God. De Agric, 12, De Somniis, I, 37, De Confling. 14, 18, Quod Deus Immutab. 6, 4. Image of God. De Mundi Epific. 8. De Somme. I, 41, De Confling. 14, 18, 20, 28, De Profug. 19, De Monarchia, 2, 5. 5. Superior to angels. Frag. In Euseb. Prae, Evang, 8, 13, De Confling. 28, 6. Superior to all things. De Leg. Alleg. 3, 31, 60, 61. 7. Instrument by whom the world was created. De Mundi Epiph. 6. De Cherubim, 35, De Monarchia, 2, 5, De Profug. 18. De Leg. Alleg. 3, 31. 8. Vicegerent of God, on whom all depends. De Agric, 12, De Somme. I, 41, De Profug. 29. Light of the world. De Somme. I, 13, 15, 18. 10. Alone can see God. De Confling. 20, 11. Resides in God. De Profug. 18, 19. 12. Most ancient of God's works. De Profug. 19. De Leg. Alleg. 3, 60, 61. 13. Esteemed the same as God. De Somme. I, 12, 23, 41, 2, 36. 14. Eternal. De Plantat. Nu, 5. 15. Beholds all things. De Leg. Alleger. 3, 59. 16. Maintains the world. De Mose, 3, 14, De Profug. 20. De Somme. I, 47. 17. Nearest to God, without any separation. De Professor 19. 18. Free from all taint of sin. De Profug. 20, 21, De Somme. I, 23. 19. Presides over the imperfect and the weak. De Leg. Alleger. 3, 61, 62. 20. Fountain of wisdom. De Profug. 18, 25. 21. A messenger sent from God. De Agric, 12, Quis rerum divin. Has, 42, De Abrahamo, 36, De Prof. 1, 22. Advocate, Paraclete, from man quis re. Division has, 42. De Mose, 3, 14. 23. Orderer and disposer of all things. Keys Re. Division Ha. 46, 48. 24. Shepherd of God's flock. De Agric. 12. 25. Governor of the world. De Profug. 20, 26. Physician who heals all evil. De Leg. Aleg. 3, 62. 27. The seal of God. De Professor 2, De Plant. Nu. 5. 28. Show refuge of those who seek him. De Somnius. I. 15. De Profug. I. 18, 19, 21. 29. Gives heavenly food to all who seek it. De Leg. Alleger. 3, 56, 58 to 62, De Profug. 25. Keys Rerum Divin. Has. 39. 30. On men's forsaking their sins gives spiritual freedom. De Somme. I. 15. De Congressu Querendi Irad. Gratia. 19, 30. 31. Frees men from all corruption. De Congressu. 30. De Professor 18, 21. Keys Re. Division Has. 38. Is the water of everlasting life. De Professor 18. 32. Not merely Son of God, but well-beloved child. Reference to De Leg. Aleg. 3, 64, where, however, does not refer to the Logos. 33. Means of man's spiritual happiness. Keys Rerum Divin. Has. 42. 34. Admits to the assembly of the perfect. De Sacrificiis. 2, 3, De Profug. 18, 35. Raises the just to the presence of the Creator. Ibid. 36. The true high priest. De Somnius. I. 37, De Leg. Alleger. 3, 26, De Profug. 20, 37. Word, high priest, and mediator. Keys Re. Division Has. 42, De Somme. I. 37, De Mose. 3, 14. Much discussion has taken place over the question whether Philo really conceived his Logos as a person. 1159, a problem of which the futility may be realized after asking whether Christians today conceive of the Holy Ghost as a person. That Philo should be inconsistent, that he should successively make his Logos a deity, a spoken utterance, a creative power, an instrument, an aspect of the deity, a far-seeing spirit, a refuge, the firstborn son of the deity, a high priest and mediator, the covenant. 1160 the coordinating law of the universe, an eternal entity, the first created thing, an angel. 1161 the Son, 1162 the chief of the angels. 1163 a body of doctrine, the scriptures. Moses. 1164, an abstraction of wisdom, the soul of the world. 1165, all this belonged to his mental habit and that of the students of his age. It was impossible for such minds to be consistent or even momentarily clear. All philosophic thought was for them a shapeless cloud of words and verbal images. But where the born verbalizers fluctuated through 100 forms of phrase, simpler minds inevitably reduced abstractions to personalities sans phrase. 1166 in the Book of Enoch the Messiah is identified, apparently long before Philo, with a first created power who has the characteristics of the Logos. 1167 for most neologizing Jews, in short, the Logos passed into personal status just as did Vohumeno, the good mind, for the Mazdeans, because the perpetual naming of an abstraction in religious law or ritual sets up for the believer an idea of separate personality or nothing. The personalizers were but doing what their simpler ancestors had done before when they gave personality to natural objects, winds, rivers, diseases, thunder, and lightning. They did so because they could not help it, and Philo, with his superior verbal resources, psychologizes helplessly all the while on the primitive plane. It is thus quite misleading to say that in his writings, from first to last the Logos is the thought of God, dwelling subjectively in the infinite mind, planted out and made objective in the universe. 1168 supposing such a formula to have real significance for anyone today, supposing it to be compatible with a theistic proposition of personality, it could have no meaning for Philo, who would not have written as he did if he could so have formulated, though the triplication of thought and God. An infinite mind may be said to be a good deal in his spirit. What we learn from such a verbal construction is that if a modern academic cannot propound a logos idea without self-contradiction, much less could an Alexandrian Jew. And the historical conclusion remains clear, that the Christian doctrine of the logos is simply a deposition in dogmatic form, round the nucleus of a sacramental cult, of the vaporous haze of thought set up in the Jewish world by Yahwistic speculation on Gentile notions. 1169 It was the presence of the Jesuit nucleus that wrought the solidification. For Philo there was no bar to a multiplication of logoi, and besides making logoi of both Moses and Aaron 1170 he has a multitude of lesser logoi who figure endlessly as thoughts, words, angels, laws, forces, and reasons. 1171 His Bible withheld him from deifying the actual priest or emperor. Moses was for him definitely reduced to human status, and to the prophets he pays remarkably little attention, merely citing one occasionally as a companion of Moses. 1172 Finally, he appears in several treatises to be, like the writer of the 51st Psalm, 1173 ethically indifferent to sacrifice. 1174, so much so that it would be difficult to believe that the same hand wholly wrote these and others in which he accepts a modified form of the principle of atonement. 1175 Were it not for the numerous proofs in every treatise that his philosophy is always in a state of flux. In one passage he adumbrates a combination of the ideas of the mediatorial logos and the national Messiah. 1176 But a mind so fixed as his on allegory and symbol and abstraction was unprepared to make a definite logos out of a sacrificed demigod, even had he lived to see the new Jesuit movement. It is the merest truism, therefore, to say that in his law the logos idea never comes to dogmatic birth. Jesuism precipitated it on the Eucharistic sacrifice, thus excluding further vacillations, but the idea of the Sophia, which, following the Book of the Wisdom of Jesus ben Sirach, he also manipulates 1177 and which was no less potentially adaptable, never came to dogmatic birth at all, save in Gnostic teachings which the Church was finally able to suppress. On the other hand, Philo's doctrine of the Holy Spirit 1178, which in his theosophy remains as indeterminate as his notion of the logos, and is much less stressed than either that or the notion of the Sophia, with both of which it vaguely blends, did find dogmatic acceptance in the formula of the Christian Trinity. The Sophia would have been on many grounds more suitable, supplying as she would the normal demand for a mother goddess, and the male spirit, as a matter of fact, has always remained an extremely dim conception, availing very little for the Christian cult. But the formation of a trinity was forced upon Christism by many of its theosophic precedents, 1179, and the admission of a goddess was vetoed by the ascetic principle which was in the ascendant when the doctrine was formulated. So many and various are the forces which determine the growth of a syncretic system in a religiously crowded environment. Such are the chances of social selection. Had not the ascetic principle been thus temporarily active, and had not the craving for a secondary teaching God been for the time satisfied by identifying the sacrificed God with the logos, an identification of Mary with both Sophia and the Spirit, originally feminine, would have been an equally natural and an equally facile proceeding, the preparation having been sufficiently made on Judaic lines. As it was, the exaltation of Mary, when it came about afterwards as a result of the stressing of the metaphysical aspects of the Son, was undertaken too late for the grafting of a dogmatic Sophia on the new sacred books, and the still later attempt at a new gospel in the 13th century was crushed by the preponderating power of the papacy. But it is none the less clear that the doctrine of the logos is a product of the same process of primitive psychology as produces deities of any order. 4. The search for a historical Jesus. Thus far there is no difficulty in tracing a purely speculative process. The doctrine of the logos is indeed the first stumbling block of those who seek to reconcile the fourth gospel with the synoptics as a biographical document. And the very abstractness of the conception moves men at the first brush to turn with the more confidence to the concrete teachings put in the God's mouth in the other books. But if they continue critically to reflect, they find one cause after another to regard this concreteness as illusory. 1180 Many of the utterances of the God, when weighed, are seen to be of the same order as those of the fourth gospel, hence the many vindications of that document, and vigilant attention to the differences of content in the synoptics sets up insoluble doubts as to their authority. Long ago it was pointed out, with no very clear view of the inference to be drawn, that the Sermon on the Mount is a patchwork from previous Jewish literature. 1181 And at length the pressure of criticism has forced the more intelligent professional students of the New Testament to admit the insecurity of the old assumptions, and to attempt a restatement of the case for belief in the historicity of Jesus. The present state of the argument can perhaps be best set forth by way of criticism of the most important of these attempts, the second section of the article, Gospels, in the Encyclopaedia Biblica, written by Professor Schmiedel, of Zurich. It is a masterpiece of critical arrangement and expert knowledge, demanding the attention of every serious student, so that our time could not be better spent. Passing in review all the main attempts to resolve the Gospels into a few mutually interactive primary sources, Professor Schmiedel comes to the conclusion that no such attempt will hold good. This verdict disposes of an amount of laborious research grievous to think of. For a full 100 years, German theologians by the score have been struggling with this problem, toiling devotedly, trying hypothesis upon hypothesis, refining upon refinements, always hoping to get to, or sure of having reached, a solid textual and historical foundation, even as they so long sought for one in the quicksands of the Pentateuch. At length, in the name of professional exegesis, Professor Schmiedel sounds the retreat. There are no true sources, no really primary and trustworthy documents in the Gospel amalgam. There are only 9/1182 entirely credible texts. One thinks of Meredith's figure of the hosts upon hosts of charging waves, whose achievement is only to throw that faint thin line upon the shore. And what are the entirely credible texts? With due care and respect let us enumerate the forlorn handful of unwounded survivors. 1. MKX 17FF, why causest thou me good, etc. 2. Mount 12, 31FF, blasphemy against the Son of Man pardonable. 3. MK 3, 21, he is beside himself. 4. MK 13, 32, of that day and hour knoweth no man, etc. 5. MK 15, 34, Mount Xvi, 46, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? 6. MK 8, 12, no sign shall be given to this generation. 7. MK 6, 5, he was able to do no mighty work. 8. MK 8, 14-21, rebuke to the disciples concerning bread and leaven. 9. Mount 11, 5, LK 7, 22. Passage to be taken in the sense of spiritual healing, since it ends with mention of preaching, not a miracle at all. It will be seen on what principles Professor Schmiedel proceeds. Where Jesus speaks simply as a man, making no pretense to divinity, to miraculous powers, to prophecy, or to a messianic mission, and where he is represented as failing to impress his relatives and neighbors with any sense of his superiority, there the record is entirely credible. From this position Dr. Schmiedel makes a leap to the conclusion that the entirely credible, that is, the possible, is the demonstratively historical. Let us take his own words, section 139, these passages might be called the foundation pillars for a truly scientific life of Jesus. Should the idea suggest itself that they have been sought out with partial intent, as proofs of the human as against the divine character of Jesus, the fact at all events cannot be set aside that they exist in the Bible and demand our attention. In reality, however, they prove not only that in the person of Jesus we have to do with a completely human being, and that the divine is to be sought in him only in the form in which it is capable of being found in a man, they also prove that he really did exist, and that the Gospels contain at least some absolutely trustworthy facts concerning him. If passages of this kind were wholly wanting in them, it would be impossible to prove to a skeptic that any historical value whatever was to be assigned to the Gospels. He would be in a position to declare the picture of Jesus contained in them to be purely a work of fantasy, and could remove the person of Jesus from the field of history. This will shock the believer without satisfying the scientific naturalist. The proposition in the words I have italicized, I submit, is absolutely untenable. On this point may be staked the whole dispute as to the actuality of the Gospel Jesus. The merely credible is not the trustworthy, the proved, if to be credited with plausible utterances be a proof of the actuality of a personage in literature, then we must believe in the historic actuality of half the characters in fiction. 5. The critical problem. The problem is one that has been before now debated on other issues, and it may be well here to take up these by way of illumination and test. Grote, putting in scientific form a thesis sometimes more summarily phrased by the plain man, insisted that the utmost which we accomplish by means of the semi-historical theory is that, after leaving out from the mythical narrative all that is miraculous or high-colored or extravagant, we arrive at a series of creditable equals credible incidents which may perhaps have really occurred, and against which no intrinsic presumption can be raised. This is exactly the character of a well-written modern novel. To raise plausible fiction to the superior dignity of truth, some positive testimony or positive ground of inference must be shown. A man who tells us that on the day of the Battle of Plataea rain fell on the spot of ground where the city of New York now stands, will neither deserve nor obtain credit, because he can have no means of positive knowledge, though the statement is not in the slightest degree improbable. On the other hand, statements in themselves very improbable may well deserve belief, provided they be supported by sufficient positive evidence. Thus the canal dug by Xerxes across the promontory of Mount Athos, and the sailing of the Persian fleet through it, is a fact which I believe because it is well attested, notwithstanding its remarkable improbability, which so far misled Juvenal as to induce him to single out the narrative as a glaring example of Grecian mendacity. 1183. To this contention it is objected by Sir A. C. Lyell that, if we may only receive as credible those ancient narratives which could not possibly turn out to be very plausible fiction, we shall be hard pushed for the trustworthy authentication of much early history, religious and secular. Secondly, the example of the supposed assertion as to simultaneous rainfall at Plataea and in Massachusetts is hardly fair. A man's assertion of an isolated fact of which he could not possibly have any positive knowledge, either directly or by hearsay, is a very different thing from affirming credible facts which might reasonably, and according to the known habits of the people who relate the facts, have been handed down by tradition from the persons who witnessed them to those who related them. 1184. To this very reasonable argument the answer is that it does not meet Grote's case, and that when we have assented to it the problem remains as before. In regard to many credible facts which might conceivably have been handed down by tradition, we are still bound to say that, when related concerning supernatural personages, they are not tolerable evidence of anything done by a real person whose history formed the nucleus of the myth. The proposition as to rain on the site of New York on the day of Plataea is an illustration, not a universal parallel. The fact remains that there is no common-sense ground for crediting any one credible assertion made concerning an ostensibly mythical character when we cannot on independent grounds show how the credible story came to be attached to the fable. Sir Alfred Lyell's argument overlooks the demurrer that all particular or specific tradition of a quasi-historical kind is untrustworthy when not corroborated by other evidence, inasmuch as 1. Such tradition usually goes hand in hand with obvious supernaturalist fable, and 2. Many such traditions have been disproved by solid evidence. The question is not whether something traditionally asserted to have been said or done by a demigod may not actually have been said or done by a man of the same or another name, but whether, in the absence of other evidence, we are ever entitled to believe and assert that it was. To Grote's negative answer there is no valid demurrer. The strength of Sir A. C. Lyell's general claim, that gods or god myths have been built up on basis of actual deeds and events, lies in the concrete proof that this has occurred in modern times, but no such demonstration can enable us to distinguish between the merely possible and the true in ancient tradition. It is conceivable that the Feridun of the Shah-Nameh is constructed on a nucleus of reality, to which was added a mass of detail taken from sheer mythology, as myths were heaped upon the story of Cyrus. But in the latter case we have a means of discrimination, in the former we have none, and when we find the very name of Feridun to be a modification of an old god name 1185 we have no right of historical belief left. For the rest, it is beside the case to argue that much accepted history will be cancelled if we accept only narratives which could not possibly turn out to be plausible fiction. Grote never argued that history proper, the record of a time by those who lived in it, is to be so tried, and he constantly accepts narratives which might conceivably be plausible fictions, nay, he occasionally accepts tales which appear to some of us to be fictions. It is when we are dealing with myths that he denies our power to discriminate. In history proper he undertakes, at times too confidently, to discriminate. Broadly speaking, he is entitled so to proceed insofar as he deals with cases on their merits. Some early historical narratives allege facts which could well be known to the narrator or to the community in general, and may be fairly taken as true. Some are obviously fanciful, unplausible, ill-vouched, and in many cases they are to be doubted even when free from supernaturalism. Historiography consists in a rational selection. It is true that there are some cases wholly or partly on the borderland between the possible and the incredible, where we may fairly surmise a nucleus of fact, but in regard to these Grote's warning should be always kept in mind. Professor Huxley, who invented the word agnostic to cover, among other things, The practice of saying that miracles are not impossible was notably accommodating in his attitude to narratives of the possible. Concerning the story of Saul's visit to the Witch of Endor, he observes that it does not matter very much whether the story is historically true, but that it is quite consistent with probability, and then he adds, that is to say, I see no reason whatever to doubt that Saul made such a visit. 1186. The leap here is clearly illicit. There is certainly reason to doubt the whole story so long as it cannot be shown to have been reduced to writing near the time of Saul. History is full of discredited probabilities of the same kind. The story of Bruce and the spider is a type. The very fact that kings and commoners in ancient Israel did normally consult witches is as much a reason for admitting that the story could easily be invented as for allowing that it could easily have happened, and the details of the apparition, to which Professor Huxley oddly extends a measure of his credence, give good ground for suspecting the entire episode to be fiction. All such cases, in fine, must be tried on their documentary as well as their a priori merits, and, returning to our special problem, we note that the credible sayings put in the mouth of the Gospel Jesus are in no way certified by their credibility, but are on the contrary put in complete suspicion by their surroundings. Here is Professor Schmiedel's case, reduced to logical form. There are in the Gospels hundreds of unlikely sayings ascribed to Jesus. There are 9 which are likely. Then the 9 not only establish his historic reality, but give a basis for surmise that many of the less likely, as well as many of the narratives of faith healing, are also historical. The answer is, 1, that it must be a desperately bad fiction in which not 5% of the speeches and episodes are credible. On Dr. Schmiedel's view, if only the ancients had ascribed 10 reasonable sayings as well as 12 more or less unlikely labors to Heracles, he would be entitled to rank as a historic character. On the other hand, 2, the very fact that the figure of the Gospel Jesus won belief much more in virtue of the hundreds of improbabilities and falsities in the Gospels than in virtue of the credible texts, quashes the plea for his actuality based on these texts. The true inference is, not that such texts, being unnecessary, must be genuine and not invented, but that since a substantially false or unlikely biography could win ready credence in the period in question, there is no reason to surmise a nucleus of actuality which was never demanded, and that the credible texts stand merely for the proportion of plausibility that might reasonably be looked for in any conglomerate of sayings and statements round a fictitious personage. Paul or the forgers, it is evident, believed in a crucified Jesus as to whom they had no biographical record, whether of sayings or doings. Scores of unlikely utterances, it is admitted, were credited to Jesus after Paul's time. Why were they so credited? Plainly because certain men or certain sects desired to give their views the sanction of the God-man's authority. What then does it signify if besides these sayings there are fathered on him a few that are relatively reasonable? And, knowing as we do that the Ebionites, who attributed to him unlikely sayings, nevertheless regarded him as a mere man, what does it signify if sometimes in the Gospel he is so represented? Yet again, what plausibility remains in the cry on the cross, "Why hast thou forsaken me?" when we remember that it is a quotation from the Psalms, and that the whole cult proceeded on the doctrine that the Christ must needs suffer. 1187. It may seem ungracious thus to press the argument against a professed theologian who has already come within sight of the great surrender to reason. Schmiedel has indeed gone further in his loyalty to the critical principle than do many professed rationalists. It is only a question of time, however, when his view shall be tested as he has tested other men's, and the process may as well begin here and now. 6. Collapse of the constructive case. First, then, he has not recognized, 1. The primary reason for doubting the genuineness of every detail of teaching set forth in the Gospels, namely, the total ignorance of those teachings shown in the Pauline epistles. He takes as genuine the plainly interpolated passage in 1 Cor 11 as to the institution of the Eucharist, then concludes 1188 that the details of the life of Jesus had so little interest for Paul that he fails to quote him when he effectively might. To reason thus is to ignore a far greater difficulty than many which the exegete admits to be insuperable. 2. He makes his arguments at some points 1189 turn on the assumption of the general certainty of the whole narrative as to Jesus being a teacher with disciples, who established his cult, whereas the existence of the disciples is no better proved than many of the data already surrendered. 3. He is evidently biased to his illicit inference, that Jesus really existed, by other inferences which, on his own showing, he was not entitled to draw. For instance, he decides 1190 that Jesus probably accomplished faith healing as distinguished from miracles, because this power is so strongly attested throughout the 1st and 2nd centuries that, in view of the spiritual greatness of Jesus and the imposing character of his personality, it would be indeed difficult to deny it to him. What then proved the spiritual greatness and the imposing character of Jesus? The 9 credible texts. Clearly they amount to no such proof. Even if they were genuine, 1,000 rabbis might have uttered them. What, again, is the value of the strong attestation of the 1st and 2nd centuries in the face of the silence of Paul, ostensibly the first witness? The 1st and 2nd centuries, that is to say the Gospels, which certainly did not exist within 30 years of the date alleged for Jesus' death, and the people who believed them, equally attest the prodigies which Professor Schmiedel rejects. Is a witness who solemnly affirms 20 impossibilities to be believed whenever he happens to assert something that might be true, while a more important witness, who in the terms of the case ought to have heard of it if it happened, has evidently never heard of it at all? Such reasoning, we may say without hesitation, cannot stand. It is negated by the tests on which Schmiedel has proceeded as against the source-finders, and the latter might very well turn upon him with a confident tu quoque. Take, for instance, the passage 1191 in which he presses the point of the obvious untrustworthiness of the reports of Jesus' discourses, and yet lets pass the assumption that these reports may be genuine condensations. Even if the public ministry of Jesus had lasted for a few months only, he must have uttered 1,000-fold more than all that has been recorded in the Gospels. His longest discourse would, if delivered in the form in which it has come down to us, not have taken more than some 5 minutes in the delivery. However self-evident, this has been constantly overlooked by the critics. They are constantly assuming that we possess the several words of Jesus that have been reported approximately in the same fullness in which they were spoken. In the parables and in 1 or 2 other utterances, the professor admits, the reports are more extended. In what remains, however, it can hardly be sufficiently emphasized that we possess only an excessively meager précis of what Jesus said, namely, only so much as not only made an immediate impression when first heard, but also continued to survive the ordeal of frequent repetition. In this process not only was an extraordinary number of utterances completely lost, but a large number of the sayings of Jesus now received for the first time that consecutive and pointed form which made them seem worthy of further repetition. Without doubt Jesus must very often have repeated himself, but what he assuredly often repeated in many variations has been preserved to us only in a single form. Here again the believer will be perturbed, while the scientific critic will not be propitiated. If there are only 9 texts that quite credibly indicate the existence of a man Jesus who taught anything, how can we possibly know, without doubt, that 1. He often repeated himself, and that 2. The existing reports are abbreviations of any spoken discourses whatever? The longest of all, the Sermon on the Mount, is demonstrably a pen-made compilation from Hebrew literature, and Professor Schmiedel's previous argument has fully conceded that many of the reports, condensed in appearance as they are inventions. That is to say, a brief account of an alleged speech is not to be presumed an epitome of a real speech. The Gospel discourses are short, not because they are records of remembered passages from long speeches, but because the framers had no critical consciousness, and were not accustomed to composing long documents. When we come to the 4th Gospel we find longer discourses, in the actuality of which Professor Schmiedel does not believe. But if one Gospel maker could invent long discourses, his less literary predecessors could invent short. Once more, if the synoptic discourses are records of commonly remembered passages from Jesuit discourses, how comes it that Paul never cites a word of them? To miss that crux is to make as great an oversight as that of the critics who regarded the so-called Sermon on the Mount as the full report of a real sermon. The fact is that the higher criticism of the New Testament has thus far missed the way just as the higher criticism of the Old so long did, by taking for granted the general truth of the tradition. 1192 it sought to found on the hollow fiction of the Exodus and the Mosaic legislation of the desert, when one intelligent glance at the Book of Judges might have shown that the tabernacle of the desert was a myth. In a similar way it clings to the conception of a preaching and cult founding Jesus, when an intelligent perusal of the epistles of Paul 1193 can suffice to show that the preaching Jesus was created after they were written. It does not indeed follow that Paul's period was what the tradition represents. The reasonable inference from his doctrine is that his Jesus was either a mythic construction or a mere tradition, remote figure said to have been crucified, but no longer historically traceable. If then Paul's Jesus, as is conceivable, be merely a nominal memory of the slain Jesus ben Pandira of the Talmud, about 100 BC. Paul himself may belong to an earlier period than that traditionally assigned to him. Certainly the most genuine-looking epistles in themselves give no decisive chronological clue. But such a shifting of his date would not finally help the case for Jesus of Nazareth. Escape the argument from the silence of Paul by putting Paul a generation or more earlier, and you are faced by the fresh incredibility of a second crucified Jesus, a second sacrificed Son of God, vouched for by records for the most part visibly false, and containing but a fraction of plausible narrative. The only conclusion open is that the teaching Jesus of the Gospels is wholly a construction of the propagandists of the cult, even as is the wonder-working God. 7. Parallel problems. The natural impulse to reject this view with violence may be somewhat modified when it is remembered that it does but place the Christ on a historic level with all the other teaching gods of antiquity. All the leading gods, as we have seen, were in some measure regarded as teachers, and for none of them do we surmise a historic original in the sense of a real teacher and lawgiver. But it is not only the so-called gods who are thus dislimned by criticism. The subdivine or religion-founding and God-proclaiming institutors are found to be no less fabulous, down to the historic period, than the gods they were held to have served. Menu, Lycurgus, Numa, Moses, a whole series of revered founders of codes and creeds, are as such dismissed by criticism to the realm of fable, for even those hierologists who still speak of Moses as a historic person 1194 and treat the Exodus as a historic event, concede to Kunin that the liberator wrote nothing, and can no more be supposed to have invented the 10 Commandments than did Romulus or Numa the 12 Tables. Difficulty, indeed, is still made over the alleged personality of Zarathustra, but few who closely consider the evidence will say that it supports the claim. 1195. If Zarathustra was a historical character, the proposition is not to be proved by the documents, and those who hold to the affirmative do so on the strength not of the records but of the tradition, and of the presumption in favor of a personal influence behind a notable development. It is the same with the personalities of Orpheus and Musaeus. Wherever the tradition tells of a founder of doctrines or mysteries, criticism on search finds myth, and if we leave open the bare surmise that there was an Orpheus who taught something, it must be with the avowal that we know nothing of what he specially taught. If we take the whole series of traditional teachers down to the Christian era, we find them to be more or less clearly the products of the same tendency as led to the conception of teaching gods, the habit of supposing that everything held to be good came from a specifically divine or supernormal source. Conservative opinion will naturally rally round the remaining non-Christian cases that are either admitted or still claimed to be historical, in particular, those of Mohammed and Buddha. What a man has admittedly done, it may be argued, may have been earlier done by other men. If Muhammad founded a new religion, why not Zoroaster? If Buddha gave a virtually new and potent teaching, why may not a Jesus have done so? The case may very well be